Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, whenever you are and wherever you are. This is Mohammed Nabil, the founder and the host of EduCast International Conferences. So good to have you all here today. And as usual, I'm joined by Blanca Polak, the academic consultant and the event coordinator at EduCast International Conferences. Hello, Blanca, how are you doing?
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning or good afternoon, or maybe I would say good evening because some of you are on completely different other side of the world. I hope that you are so energized as I and Mo are because today, day two is also going to help you to develop your professional areas.
Exactly, that's right. So yesterday we set a high bar. The energy throughout our opening sessions was a clear testament to the urgency and excitement surrounding the role of artificial intelligence in education. Right? Yesterday we talked about leadership. Today we're talking about AI in education. So as we open day two, our focus shifts from the theoretical to the transformational. We are here to explore how AI moves from being a futuristic concept to a functional partner in the classroom and the lecture hall. So, as for today's objectives, we will examine how AI can bridge the accessibility gap rather than widen it. We will move beyond the hype to see how educators are saving time and enhancing student engagement right now, and continue our commitment to responsible innovation that protects the integrity of the learner. The success of the first day proved that when we bring together the best minds in education, the path forward becomes much clearer. So today is about taking those insights and turning them into a blueprint for the future. So, everyone, we would like to welcome our first speaker of today, who is Dr. Robert Stroud. As I said today, we're talking about teaching in the age of AI. We have five amazing talks. So, everyone, today we have our first talk with Dr. Robert Stroud, who is a Tokyo based professor with a PhD in applied linguistics and English language from the University of Birmingham, UK. His work investigates how technology can deepen rather than diminish human connection in education. As founding editor of the University Grapevine Global Newsletter and creator of the Culture Club Exchange Project, he champions inclusive pedagogy, intercultural dialogue, and emotionally supportive learning spaces. His research and teaching focus on helping students move from isolation to meaningful engagement, especially in an era when digital tools often stand in for face to face interaction. Through his workshops and keynotes, Dr. Stroud offers practical, curiosity driven strategies for designing classrooms that nurture empathy, resilience, and joy in learning, showing that when used with intention, technology can become a bridge to deeper understanding. And today, Dr. Robert is talking about the third wave of AI, learning to swim in deeper waters. Hello, Dr. Robert. It's so good to see you at EduCast. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Mohammed. Can you hear me okay? Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, yes,
Wonderful.
sure, that's right. Yeah,
Great.
thank you for being part of this. And because we're already behind time, if you can share your screen, we can start right now.
Sure, no problem. Well, thanks so much for having me along to this wonderful event, and it's been fantastic so far. I hope everyone's enjoying it. Um, I need to send a request for sharing to you. I think I've just sent that. So,
Yes, that's right.
okay, I
Now
can do
you
that now. That's great. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we'll jump straight in. Good evening from Tokyo, wherever you are. I hope you are enjoying the event. And the topic that, as Mohammed said, I'll be talking about is the third wave of AI, learning to swim in deeper waters. So, we've come a long way already with AI in the last few years. It's been a very interesting journey. And I think we've all shared a lot of the same experiences with it. Good ones, frustrating ones, perhaps scary ones. And we're all looking to the future. Where is it coming and where is it going? So I'm going to talk about what I call waves of AI, these kind of things that we've all experienced together. Back first when ChatGPT first came out, this feelings of excitement, moving on to all the different sensations and feelings we've had as both users of AI, but also educators and maybe parents as well. And I'd like to talk a little bit about what might come next as well. What do you think will happen? Where will we go? And what, should we do to prepare for the next wave as well? So, without further ado, I'm going to jump in. So, the first wave was something we all experienced. These years are not exact, but perhaps around about 2021, AI struck us. It has always been around for a long time, AI, but it suddenly became very accessible and very personalized and just very present on our phones. And it was an amazement. It was definitely where we all just went, wow, what is this? Then things changed. And I put 2022 to 24 here. Perhaps some of us are still in this second wave. I hope not. But we certainly had a feeling of, uh-oh, what's happening? AI is making everyone lazy. Is it making people stupid? We definitely hit the panic button. And that was the second wave. And I'm hoping, and I'm sure a lot of people attending this great event realize we have come out of that second wave. If you haven't yet, please join the third wave, which is where I see us at now, which is this. Now that we've got over this kind of fear factor and this panic button of what AI is, we realize it is here to stay. Now comes the really important part. How can we integrate it? How can we make it a meaningful part of our lives and for our students? And that really is our mission at the moment. And I think that will go beyond 2026, beyond this year. But that certainly is what we really need to be focusing on right now. And then what comes next? The fourth wave. I'll touch on that a little bit at the end. What may come next after we've maybe found ways to use AI? Then what do we have to focus on, or what should institutes or schools think about? So let's just go back in time a little bit. Okay, it was around 2021, somewhere around there, and suddenly we started hearing these words, ChatGPT, and it was just a wow factor, much as any technology does. When it first comes out, there's a lot of hype, a lot of excitement. So this was the first wave that we all experienced. We're definitely out of now. And it was exciting. It was a world full of new possibilities. Can it make things more efficient? Can it help me differentiate instruction? And one that certainly all educators, teachers, and all of us here asked was, can I do less work because of AI? And the answer to all of these was yes, of course. And it still is. It has had a fantastic effect on everything. But at the same time, I think we started to realize around, a few months into seeing AI everywhere that it was out of control. We really had the genie come out of the lamp, and we started to realize that the gap between the information inflow that us and our students were getting was really widening from the actual learning or the pedagogy that's going on. So we had this kind of monster come out that was really accelerating things a little bit too fast, a little bit too much knowledge coming at us all at once. So that's where we kind of pushed the panic button. And the teacher there, perhaps, that looked like me at some points, I guess. Maybe some of us here in this session today. A lot of frustration, a lot of what's happening here with our students. That picture kind of depicts there. And I think a lot of people were thinking it's making my students lazier, maybe more stupid. It's dangerous. What's happening? I'm afraid. I'm frustrated, and we all felt that. And I think there's definitely some truth behind that. But that is kind of normal with something quite powerful like this. So we changed into panic. We certainly experienced, a flood of amazing, in quotation marks there, homework. Certainly, essays we used to receive from students became PhD standard overnight. It was like, wow, what's happened? And that certainly led to a loss of their voice, I felt. We kind of lost opinions among students, what they were really thinking, and critical thinking, their real growth as people, not just students, was in danger. So what did we say as teachers when that happened? Well, one was, why are they all cheating? This kind of feeling that, trust was disappearing. They've got AI, they can go home, they can, write anything in seconds now. I don't like my students, they're cheaters. What's happening? A feeling that they're just being lazy or stupid, and maybe getting addicted to AI. And I think a lot of these reactions were justified. I think everybody here at some point had a feeling like that. But this is just one of the waves we went through. This was the second wave, which I'm hoping many of us are moving away from now, because there is nothing that AI is doing that's so wrong. We just need to learn to work with it. And I think a lot of the sessions you're going to see at this wonderful event that's been organized will really help you find ways to do that. So please focus on that, so we can build trust again with our students. And this really leads us to the third wave. This is what I really want to focus on today. And this is where we are right now in 2026. I think beyond 2026, we'll be in a very similar place. How do we now integrate it? How does it become a useful part of the lives of our students so it helps them grow and it doesn't hold them back? And that's a big question. It's a very difficult question. I've been talking about this a lot, and I think a lot of people have been thinking about this and talking about it also. There's a huge amount of research that's done on it. Everyone here, I'm sure, is doing classroom practices to try and use different tools to put them into the classroom in an effective way so students do learn better. And I'm going to cover 4 things that I've focused on a lot in both my research teams and also my presentations over the last 12 months, especially. And I'll give some more up-to-date examples since the last time I presented about this at the end of last year. Things I found that, other people have been up to about it as well, because, as you know, AI is always evolving and people are doing new things. The first one is connecting with our students. So making sure we can match the environment to what the students need. That's not an easy question either, because I think the things they need are always changing as well, especially now we're dealing with, Gen Z, Gen Alpha. These students really are different from us as well. So we need to be making sure we do that. Guidance. This has always been a big one, I think, since AI has really hit, phones in classrooms especially. What kind of rules, boundaries, but also, help do we give students so we know what they should be expected to do or not to do with AI in their learning processes? Reflection. This is one I love to talk about. I probably talk about the most. How do we keep the critical thinking? How do we keep students really pushing themselves, even when it's not so easy for them to do that, and even when AI will just be a quick fix for a problem? How do we ensure that we keep those, brains working in that way? Because that's really important for them, for their futures as well. And the last one, everyone here is probably struggling with this too. How do we now assess students now that AI makes things so easy for them? Because anyone here who teaches a writing class, for example, or any kind of writing, not just language learning, but anything really, you're probably fully aware that the essay or report style homework is kind of dead now. You really can't just send students away to write something or answer a question, because it's just too tempting just to use AI, and it causes all kinds of issues. So I'll talk about the ways people are now moving towards assessment, and that's a very tough one, but I'll go through that. So the first one is connecting. So how can we match the environment to what our students need? And basically, how can we understand what our students are doing with AI? I think a lot of us still, including myself, have a very big gap between what we think our students do and what they maybe actually are doing with AI. And we need to understand them better. That really is an important part of what we do. One of them is just workflow support. I mean, during a class, rather than just teaching or waiting for things to come your way, we really need to be sitting in the passenger seat, if you like, next to our students who are driving the car, and see what they're doing to help them, kind of not facilitate or anything, just to understand their process and maybe just giving them supportive feedback on how they're using AI. Diaries are becoming a big thing. They do take a lot of time for students, and in my experience, students have not reacted 100% positively about this. They're kind of confused. Why would I need to make a diary? But just having them write down things that they're doing, and write about the decisions they're making in the learning processes is a really good way to keep them thinking, and also for us to connect, to understand what it is they're doing with AI. And I'm sure you're probably going to hear ideas about this over the next few days at this event. And also how they're feeling. I think that gets overlooked a lot. Their emotional investment or their emotional engagement in the use of AI in their learning processes. Were they confident? Were they frustrated? Were they confused? Were they excited by using AI? And just getting reports or just watching them to see this can really help us understand as teachers where they're at with it. Because this connection stage, this first part like this, is just incredibly important for us to feel confident to make decisions about what AI they should and shouldn't use. So I've actually published a paper a couple of years ago now, but I've been talking a lot about this last year. And I recommend you just watch students with something like a checklist, like this one that I created, which is called the AI Engagement Checklist for Instructors. It's very basic. It's very, very simple. I think the best thing about checklists is they make us observe our learners and make us really reflect and think about what it is they're doing with AI. I think we get so invested in designing lessons and, thinking about, okay, where's the time? How much time for this? I think just standing back and watching what they're doing gets overlooked. So having a physical checklist or something like this can really help you think a bit more about it. And in the third wave where we are now, this kind of how do we integrate it? We can't really integrate things without understanding how our students are behaving or feeling or acting. So you can get this online. I'm happy to send this to anybody who wants it. If you don't have time to get it from this QR code, I apologize. Just contact me and I'll send it to you. Or you can just Google it. I'm sure it will come up if you search my name and engagement checklist. So basically, I won't go through all the details because you can design your own checklist, really. But I recommend basing it on engagement or just actions of students. This is based on 5 dimensions of engagement, which is behavior, what they actually do, their emotions, how they're feeling, do they enjoy it, are they stressed, things like that. Cognition, so are they thinking deeply about what they're doing? Social engagement is the 4th one. Are they interacting with their classmates, with their teacher? That's quite an important thing. That's a focus of engagement. And the last one, the 5th one, is their agentic engagement. Are they being proactive in the classroom, or are they kind of becoming very passive? So what you can do with checklists like this is connect with your students. And during the third wave, you really want to make sure that you're looking at your students and seeing what impact AI is having on them in the learning process. So for example, with A there, their behavioral engagement. Because of AI, are your learners... Now, let's just look at number 1. You can say they're doing more or less work overall in class. So in a short way to say that, if you let them use AI to do some activities, are they doing more work in the classroom because of the AI, or do you think they're working less? Now, that's not easy to answer, but you can take a guess, and it's a good way just to make you think about it. Or maybe you can easily answer it. Maybe it's clear that they're working more or working less. And on the right over here, you circle what you think. You can circle more, less, or that NCNS, which is no change or not sure, which is totally fine to put. Sometimes we just don't know. We're not sure how to answer it, but it makes us think about it. That's the point. So you go through all of these things that are connected to how they're engaging in their learning process. Obviously, you want to see more as many times as possible. For example, if you saw less like this, so in this case, students are participating less equally in, let's say, group work because AI is involved. So let's say you had a classroom discussion and you decided to let the students use AI on their phones to support that discussion, but maybe now one of those students is not doing anything. Maybe they became overwhelmed with the information that was coming out. Maybe there was some bias in the discussion because of AI. Whatever the reason, you need to become aware of it, and then you need to think about how can I make sure that doesn't happen. So that's what the checklists like this do. They just give you a starting point to think about that integration of that AI in this third wave we're in. So then you can kind of look at the scores, okay, and the behavior. There's, pretty positive, mores. Those 2 on the right, though, the less and the no change or not sure, I kind of want to think about those a bit more. Then you can go to the emotions of the students. Of course, do you think? Because we don't know exactly how people think. They may not tell us or show us? Basically, are they enjoying it more or less because of AI? Cognitive engagement, again, do you think they're thinking more deeply in the learning process? I think definitely during the second wave that I mentioned, which was the panic button stage of AI, I think a lot of that would have been less. People would have thought, no, they're not thinking at all. But a lot of research is starting to show there are ways students are thinking quite critically because of AI in the learning process. I hope you'll see a lot more about that over the next few days. I'm sure you will in a lot of the great speeches as well. Social engagement, I think that's incredibly important. Are they interacting more or less with other people in the room? I think it's a great waste of opportunity for personal development in terms of things like social skills if they become very screen locked, especially when there are people there they have the opportunity to talk to, like a teacher who they can learn how to respect and develop skills they'll use later in life, not just the subject that they're learning. So please be wary that AI can have a tendency to do that, but maybe it doesn't. You've got to be just watching and understanding. And the last one, the agentic engagement. Are they asking more questions? I've seen both cases happen. I think AI used in debates, for example, I've seen students ask a lot more questions. And sometimes I've seen students kind of go down a rabbit hole with the AI on their phones and kind of just switch off and not really want to take part or ask anything. Not necessarily a bad thing. Depends what you're doing with them, but we need to be aware of it. We need to be connecting to them. This is how we can get into this third wave and really integrate AI in a good way. So, you could come up with numbers like this with a checklist. This is the good stuff. The more. That's the positive impact of AI. If a lot of mores are coming out of things that are supposed to look good in your classroom because of AI, great. But then you want to take a look at the things that are less or the no change or not sure ones to really make sure we're hitting a very good area with our integration. So that's just one example of a way to connect with students. Recently, actually, I want to share this as well now. I am in Japan, and Keio University, which is a very renowned, very famous university in Japan, just a couple of months ago now, in December at the end of last year, have launched an AI native initiative. Now, this is a very bold move for a Japanese university. They don't change a lot here, if I'm being honest. I've worked in one for a while now. But what they decided to do is that, AI really is here and it's here to stay. And our courses and our way of teaching and the way we connect with our students really needs to improve. So, what they're now doing is they're going to really try to make AI and student driven data a big, big part of the way the learning is actually designed at the university. So, the AI environments are going to be shaped by the needs, habits, and the learning workflows of the students. You can see the link. It's actually in the Japan Times, an article written in English underneath the photo there. Have a look. It's fascinating. There's not that many details in there yet, but what they're going to be doing is trying to actually analyze what students are doing with AI and how they work to actually adapt the university to match that. And their digital infrastructure will reflect that. It will be basically looking and applying AI tools to try and support students in that. And the students are really going to be the driving force for shaping the way it runs at Keio University in the future. They're going to be the active partners, very empowering. If you think students are really going to show the university what needs to be done, which I think is fascinating. And also across all disciplines, because it is different in different courses. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. But, the way AI should or is used in one type of learning or one type of course, let's say medicine, for example, may be very different from how it's applied in engineering or languages. So we need to start differentiating that a lot more starting this year. That's a big thing for us as educators and as universities or schools. So the next one I'm going to talk about is the guidance. So yeah, last year I think was a very big year, especially of institutes and teachers as individuals, everyone here perhaps. What are the rules? What should we tell students they can and can't do with AI? It's tough. And, we should be starting to move forward a bit with this now. We've basically been using a lot of different models. I really like these kind of 5-point scale models. I'll show an example in a moment that's been published around TESOL practices. Um, I think they give it enough detail to make it not too complex and not too simple. Um, some of you maybe have been signing agreements, kind of like contracts with students. I'm not a huge fan of that because it feels a little bit too threatening, I guess. It feels a bit more like, if you don't do this, you'll be in trouble. But it's maybe not a bad idea. Basically, at the beginning of courses, you can say to students, look, this is exactly what you promise you will and won't do with it. And policies, I mean, blanket rules, that they can be applied by instructors for each assignment, I think is a key thing there. Um, it can take time and it can take a lot of detail. Perhaps every time you give an assignment, you need 5 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes when you assign it to actually explain these rules because they may change from one assignment to the next. If you ask students to do a presentation, for example, or you ask them to write a thesis or a report, I think the boundaries and the uses of AI that we think will be acceptable will be very different between those. So rather than just saying for an entire course, this is what you can and can't do, think about it at the assignment level as well. That's very important this year and onwards. This is the example I was mentioning. This was published last year, but it's been revisited quite a lot actually in TESOL Connections. It's called the AI Assessment Scale. I really like this. I quite like the color they used as well. Just easy to look at. I've shown it to my students and we've used this for debates a few times. It's still pretty hard for them to grasp completely. Um, but I mean, the clearest one is the top one, number one. You could say for this assignment, let's say it's an essay, no AI. You cannot use AI at any point whatsoever. I think that would mean you'd have to have them write it in your classroom as well to ensure that. And then it goes through different things like they're allowed to use it for planning, collaboration, full AI. And then the bottom one doesn't mean everyone assumes that level 5 means let AI do it. It certainly doesn't. There should never be a level that just says ask AI to do it. I think the furthest you should go, which is level 5 at the bottom there, which is basically saying, look, work with it as much as you want to be creative and get the support you need, but the ideas should be yours, basically. I generally hover around about levels 2 and 3 with my student, but they have a lot of questions for me about that, and I'm sure we don't always get it perfectly right. I think myself, I can improve at this year. But this third wave of integration of AI, we really need to invest more time in our teaching practices to explain these things, to make it clearer, to keep the learning there, and to build trust as well with our students. So that's one example. Um, Stanford has a very good example as well. If anybody here has ever been to Stanford or studied there themselves, as you know, it's a fantastic university. And their policies are very clear. I really liked their guidelines. I've been looking through a lot of different guidelines from different institutes. And the one thing I like about them is they make it very clear to students what is and isn't allowed in each course and assignment. And you can read about this online, their approach. Each course and each assignment is a different thing. So it needs a lot of time to make sure 100% those guidelines are present. And if you're an institute like Stanford or, some of the other big universities out there, you really want to be producing great minds. That really is our future as a planet or as countries. So taking the time to make sure that's clear is very important. And they let their department set boundaries as well, I've read, which I think is fantastic. I think there should be much more empowerment of educators in terms of, okay, what do you guys think we need to be doing? Because we're the ones in the classrooms, right? We're the ones who see students. We know what they're thinking when we connect with them. I think top-down decision making on AI isn't always the best thing, especially when we're talking about guiding students, what they should do. Um, yeah, and at the assignment level as well. So there's no ambiguity as well. I think that's very important. And they actually require instructors to actually do this, to tell students what they can and can't do, what's acceptable or unacceptable, to build the trust and also just make sure it's very, very clear what's happening. So if you're an institute or a school, or maybe you have your own institute, and you haven't gone as far as to do these things, this is the time to do it. We're in the third wave of AI, which means what we now need to do is every time we set a piece of work or start a new course, we need to make sure the guidance is one of the first things we go through. And it takes time, it can be frustrating, but it's really essential. So the next one, the one I really like talking about, is reflection. So big question. This really is making up what the third wave is about, isn't it? How do we keep the critical thinking at the heart or at the center of what's going on? Well, I'm going to go through a few of these simple tasks or challenges you can give students. I've talked about them before a lot. I've tried all of them, some successful, some kind of successful. During Educast, I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of great ideas like these. Soak them up, take them away. Whatever you hear over the next few days at this great event, try to take away at least 2 or 3 things you want to practice with students that you think are really going to keep them growing and thinking with AI, not diminishing their brain power. That really is what we're doing right now. So AI versus human analysis, this is fun, easy to do. You could, for example, write a paragraph yourself and then ask, say, Gemini or Copilot to write the same thing, and then put them next to each other. Ask the students to guess which is yours. Why did they think so? Which one do they prefer? This is a really fun critical thinking task that makes them look at AI and also think about what it is to be a human. How do we write? What do you recognize as something that's been written by someone? Auditing is a fun thing, empowering. It's quite fun for them to actually become the judge, to be put in control of deciding strengths and weaknesses of AI, rather than just be trusting it as an all-knowing being that anything it says is correct, which we know isn't true now. After a painful journey in that second wave of, hitting the panic button, we need to let them realize that, you can't trust what it says. Or sometimes one AI is much better than another, depending on what you're doing. So ask them, say, okay, you've got 3 prompts and you need to find which of these 3 AI tools is the best for writing a song, something fun. And then have them, they can print it out or just put it on their screens. And so they might say, okay, Gemini was great. It was good because of this and that. ChatGPT was not so good because of this and that. I have discussions. Really good way to keep them thinking about it. And it actually makes them much better users of AI too, which is a great skill, of course. Prompt design. Yeah, who can be the best at using the AI? I think this is really something that is the future of AI. This could be something in the next wave, which I'll talk about at the end. How do we make sure they become really capable users of it in a way that really is going to help their futures? So you could say, everybody in the class has, say, 3 prompts. And after 3 prompts, whoever's created the best story or joke or whatever you want, I'll give them an award, and let's discuss why it was the best one. Fact checking. We've all started doing this, haven't we? I think all of the educators here today, I'm sure, have done this in that second wave, that panic stage when we thought, uh-oh, AI is telling them things it shouldn't, or it's making them believe things, or making it too easy for them. All these kind of hallucinations that happened that we didn't really know was going to happen. We're now at a stage where we can teach students to look at it. So they can jump onto other sources, maybe not all trusted. So maybe they have to look at, for example, Google, then they can actually, search for something else and check the same information. Is it true what it said? And when they find out it's not, I think that's a great learning experience for them. And debates, they're fun. Is AI cheating? That was one of my most fun debates last year with my students. They loved it. I had groups that would have to say, yes, it is, and groups that would have to say, no, it wasn't. They would prepare in groups what they were going to say, have a big debate. Fantastic. And they all learned a lot about AI doing it as well. And it kept them thinking, it kept that thinking at the center of it all. I focus on this a lot, and you can actually, none of this is for sale or anything. This is all free, of course. I did a TED talk last year about keeping students thinking and keeping at the heart of learning. It really has been on my mind for the last 3 years or so. I'm not alone. If you go on to the internet, you'll find a lot of talks about how important it is to keep students thinking, this reflection on the use of AI in their lives. Please track mine down if you want to. It's on my website. It's just my name.org. And I also generated all free lesson packs to go with it. I make my students, they're probably sick of it sometimes, at the start of my courses, I make them do one of these lessons for about 30 or 40 minutes. So they'll have to watch my talk. I let them put the subtitles on if it's a bit difficult for them. But then there's questions that were very reflective, like, okay, what was the difference between this person and the other person in the video? And it's a very good way to set the scene of what AI is. It's a really great tool. It's an amazing thing. We should all be very happy that it's here, but we have to use it in the right way so it doesn't take control of our thinking. And I wanted to share this too. This is something I found last year, and I'm very interested in. I want to do a bit more reading about it. There's actually now a global prompt engineering championship that took place last year in Dubai. To me, this is fantastic. I think this is exactly how we should be thinking about AI moving forward as a planet. We need to be thinking about how people can become better at, being the master of AI rather than just being pushed by it in a direction where we kind of become a slave to it. And this competition is, it's a real thing, and it's, not just about one subject. There's a lot. And I think the great things about it is it does showcase that it requires real strategy and thinking and judgment skills to use AI. You don't just let it do things. You have to be very smart and skilled at using it to make it a very powerful thing in your life. Yeah, you need to iterate, critique, refine things. So, you can't just put in one prompt, as we all know, and you get your answer. You have to learn how to look at what it's saying and say, no, no, I don't mean that, or no, give it me the information in this way, please. Um, and across things, as you can see there, art, video, gaming, coding, all of these different things that change our lives in a different, completely different fields from each other. They're all in the competition as well. And it focuses on what is creative about humans. That is the difference. Humans are the creative element. AI is the powerful tool that can help that creativity flourish. And that's a really, really important symbol of what AI needs to be in this third wave and beyond. And it takes, people really evaluating it, what's good and bad about the AI they're using. So I think, these kind of competitions really make sure, as it says in this last part here, that using AI effectively really does depend on thinking hard as people, not just it being an automatic thing where the machine does the learning. So I'm a big fan of these kind of competitions. Please do them in your class as well, maybe on a simple level. I think they show students that AI is a good thing, and that we need to be thinking about it as a tool we need to become the master of. So the last one I'm going to move on to is assessment. Now, this is a big one. We're all still thinking about this. And I think this is one of the toughest things, actually. How do we grade students now that they can do pretty much anything with AI if we give them a question to go away with? And I think the biggest key here, as you can see there, is it's shifting from the product to the process. Things like essays are dead. You really cannot just say, go home, write this, and come back. We all know that now. They'll come back with something incredible that has no voice in it. If we've got 30 of them from 30 students, how on earth can we create a bell curve of grades? It's not possible. They're all completely A pluses or S grades or whatever you say in your institute. Portfolios are a very good way to do this. I've started to use these recently. Students basically have to write kind of reports of their journey. How did they get to their decisions that they made with their presentations or their assignments? These take more time, And some of the students haven't reacted that positively to it. Some of my students have been a bit like, I don't see the purpose of that because they're so used to the idea of grades being a product, something they do, they go to an exam and get a score. This focus is very much on the learning, and it's not that easy to create a rubric of how you assess them. I'm still working on it, I'll be honest. Some people at this event, I'm sure, are far ahead of me on this, so I hope they're going to be sharing their ideas about how to do that. Oral defenses, basically like interviews about what students did. Anyone here with a PhD knows that almost all PhDs, you do a viva or an oral defense at the end. You basically have to explain what you did. That's good in two ways. That's to make sure it's your work, and also that you really understand it as well. So again, it depends on time. It can take a huge amount of time to have to do this with all your students. Perhaps they can just do a presentation they can send you for them explaining their work and the decisions they made. I think that's a big thing to make them accountable, but also to keep them thinking. And it's easier to assess them. You'll see the students that have really thought very hard about their work compared to the ones that haven't. AI-free checkpoints. Put the phones away or just say, okay, I'm going to give you a kind of test or I'm going to give you a challenge that is going to test your skill level without AI. Because students should be obviously using AI to get better at things. But what we really want to see is when it's not present, they don't fall apart. They don't suddenly go, uh-oh, I can't do this. AI is not here anymore. We want to make sure they can stand on their feet with certain things. It's up to you to decide what those skills are. I think that's kind of an easy one with language learning. You can just say, you should be able to deliver a speech or write something without AI. And if they can't do it, if they haven't improved when you take AI away, perhaps AI has just become a crutch. It's a support rather than something that's pushed them to actually learn and use their brain. And some people as well are looking at, how to assess how good they are at AI use. I don't do this. I know some people who have. If you're that deep into AI use in your courses, perhaps you could assess them on how well they're using AI. Give them a kind of test. Can you do this with AI to create this? Again, that's very open and depends what you're doing with your students. UNESCO wrote a really good article last year. I recommend you read if you just search for this. What's worth measuring? The future of assessment in the AI age. So we really have had to stand back, haven't we, and think about now, okay, what do we got to look at with our students? What is learning and what should we be looking at to score and how do we know when a student's improving? And this article's great. It just mentions things I think a lot of us already realize. It's maybe way before AI, in my opinion. It shouldn't just be about memorizing, just recall. It should be about, reasoning and opinions and critical thinking. So students actually thinking about things deeply or having an opinion, I think should be scored much more than just remembering facts, for example. But of course, that depends on what you're teaching. Depends on your courses as well, I think. Process is becoming more important. UNESCO's article completely agree with this, and that's what I've been saying a while, and I think so too. It's about the journey, not just what they can do at the end of it. And designing real world, locally grounded tasks that AI cannot easily replicate. I partially agree with this. I think the idea behind that is telling us that we should make sure that our courses are things that they can't just use AI to do for them. But I don't think you should do that if it's making your course kind of not what you want it to be. What I mean by that is if you're asking students to improve their language skills or their ability to understand a topic, you should focus on that first and then figure out, how AI can help with that or not afterwards. Not try and avoid the use of AI by making something different, if that makes sense. And again, having oral exams, these kind of vivas or oral defenses at the end, they agree with that too, and I think that's great. And just making sure students really use AI responsibly, ethically, is a big thing as well. So all of those things can be found in the article from May last year. That's very much a third wave article for AI, as I'd call it. This really represents, the thinking that's gone on this year and last year, sorry, and certainly should be going on this year with all of us as well. So those are the four things, the areas that I wanted to share with you in the third wave. And I'd like to just kind of recap. I'm going to be finishing in a few moments, in maybe another 2 or 3 minutes. So let's look at our journey. A few years ago, AI appeared on our phones. It became incredibly accessible, incredibly personalized and fun, to be honest. Just all of us were finding amazing things to do with it. That was the first wave. Then panic and fear struck educators, I think. And I think some students did as well, actually. Some students in a lot of the research projects I ran were reporting, they were afraid they were becoming addicted, afraid that they were stopping thinking because of AI. They couldn't really help it. A lot of them said this. But here we are, in my opinion, at the moment, in this third wave, finding a place for it, finding how we can integrate it. That's why events like this here, Educast, and all the other great events you'll attend this year are very, very important. We need to find ways now to make it fit how it should, because we have got past this kind of fear factor, I think, this kind of wow factor as well. And I'd like to talk a bit about what may come next. I don't think any of us know for sure, but let's say it's become a very saturated part of our world. AI is everywhere. Gen Alpha and all the next generations of learners, the young kids coming through in the next, say, 20 years, they will never have known a world without AI. And, for them to think of being able to not jump on their phone and get an answer instantly will be amazing to them. Even though, old people like me think that, just having a cell phone in your pocket is amazing. They're going to be thinking differently about everything. So it could be this. I'll give you 4 things it could be. The first one could be human and AI co-creation. It could be us really trying to get our students to work well with AI, building things with it in a very kind of cohesive and natural way. How do we create that? Because it is going to be present all the time. It could be that assessment I talked about. I think this is going to be a big one. I think it's going to be a very big stage of shifting the way we evaluate students and the way we design everything. Things like that Keio University initiative that I mentioned earlier. How do we design and evaluate learning in that kind of world? How to keep them thinking, how to get them to self-regulate with AI is another one, the meta learning. I hope that's something we focus on in the future. I think that's incredibly important, keeping critical thinking as we move forward with it. Or maybe just their stewardship. So this is just basically, are they using it well, responsibly? Are we moving in a direction with AI that's bettering the world and bettering our students? I think the fourth wave will be a combination of all of these, probably. I think it's very exciting. We'll get to a point to see what that is. I would imagine that will come in the next 5 years, but we don't know for sure. So I would just like to say thank you very much. And I'm here representing the University Grapevine, which is a sponsor of this event. Very happy to be. And I run another project called Culture Club you can look into, which is about global exchanges. My website is just my name, robertstroud.org. If you want to reach out to me, I recommend you just go to the website and connect with me on Facebook or LinkedIn or anything like that. And I just want to say thank you so much to the event organizers. And I would love to hear any questions now. I'll stop sharing my screen. I'm not sure if I can see there's a huge number of comments in the chat. I'm not sure if I should let the moderators help me with this, but thank you so much anyway.
We're not surprised, Dr. Robert. You're always straightforward. You're always to the point. You know exactly how to deliver an amazing talk, an engaging one, insightful, informative one. And obviously, we have lots of questions in the Q&A section. I hope that we can cover all of them. Yeah, thank you for being a sponsor to this event. Thanks to you and the University Grapevine. Um, you are part of this amazing success. Thank you for being part of this. So, without wasting much time, let's go to the first question. Is there any tool to check the AI generated answers? There are a lot, right?
Um, if that's the question, are there any tools to check AI generated answers?
Yeah.
If you're talking about checking whether it was created by AI or not, that's becoming much
Hmm.
harder now because that you could have the humanizer tools.
Humanizers.
Yep, humanizer tools
Yeah.
made it even harder. And I think even students, Mohammed, are getting much smarter now too. I think, you can get something from an AI source and then intentionally just put a couple of small mistakes in there, and it doesn't look AI generated as much now. AI will, these checking tools, if you put a spelling mistake in there, will really drop the percentage chance of it being AI. It's worth students doing that. So I don't think those tools are a way forward whatsoever. I think one, they tell us that we need to try to walk against AI, which we can't do,
Mhm.
because I think should be a part of the learning process. It just has to be found to be done in the right way. If you're very concerned about it and you're not an AI fan, or you want to keep it, for example, out of your classroom for some reason, I would say just have students write things or do things in the classroom with you. But
Mm.
those AI checking
Mhm.
tools, as you know, with Humanizer, if you know what that is, you can just kind of copy paste it into a tool or a website that makes it look a bit more human.
Mm.
You can't catch it anymore. So let's stop trying to do that, in my opinion, and try to find ways to integrate it better.
Mm.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, another question is, hi, how to make sure that while using AI, we do not go stray. While using ChatGPT, I sometimes feel that there is a very thin line between just using it to improve and use it to do everything.
Mm. Yeah,
Mm.
I think we've all done that. I think sometimes I find myself as well, like, okay,
Mm.
I'm going to start planning something or doing something. And then, like you said, you just go down this rabbit hole with it. And I think you end up wasting lots of time. You find out that it just didn't do what you wanted. So I think
Hmm.
you should probably never start entirely with AI. I think as an educator or a student, I think you need to write down with pen and paper what you want to do for 5 minutes or something. And then
Hmm.
make sure AI asks you questions. That's good, isn't it? Say, here's what I want to do, help me improve it, but ask me questions to refine my ideas better. And they do that a lot now. The newer versions of ChatGPT does that. I know it keeps checking in with you. Like,
Hmm.
are you trying to do this? Would you prefer it done this way or that way? So having a dialogue with AI rather than just being led along will stop that happening, I think. So try to do that.
Okay, that is great. Another question. AI-driven teaching often treats learners as passive vessels, merely receiving information. Yet learners, students like yours, have the capacity to create, innovate, and even use AI more effectively than their teachers. Why then should we not include questions in our presentations such as, can you innovate and generate novel ideas using AI? Do you have the power to guide and control AI to produce unusual or unexpected outcomes? If so, show us examples. Certainly, some will surprise us all.
That was a long one.
Ah,
um,
yeah.
so um, I think what I got from that, I hope I understood it correctly, was that, how do we make sure AI doesn't guide us? How do we keep the creativity among students, I think. So
Mhm.
I think AI-free zones for students is important. Um, I've seen that happen with students. I've seen them just get kind of sucked in by it and kind of being led completely. And the creativity of the human, the student, is massive, isn't it? So, again, like my last answer, keep a dialogue with AI present. Make sure they're asking it to ask them questions rather than tell them answers. Um, but also, yeah, definitely have times in the learning process where they're not using it. You have to have these chunks of AI use. I would say, during the planning stage, you can use AI or there's no AI. So even a higher level way of organizing things from what I presented today, which is, how to use AI for each assignment or course, perhaps during the class, during this stage of what we're doing, the creativity stage, you cannot use AI. Or you say use it as much as you want. And then connect with your students, see how they react to it. You have to see how they react to that use of AI. Is it killing the creativity or is it making them more creative? It's all dependent on who you're teaching and what you're teaching them. So watch what happens. I would say really keep your finger on the pulse by watching their reactions to it as well.
Yeah, so obviously we have about 11 more questions and we don't have more time for this. So yeah, we will go with one final one and we will try to keep the answer really short.
Okay.
I'm wondering who controls AI, whose values does it serve, and who is held accountable when its power shapes decisions, knowledge, and human lives?
Great question. Great point, really. Um, think about what tools you're using, who the companies are, what their goals might be. Some of them are much more commercial rather than educational. Um, I would say you just have to remember that AI is a fantastic thing, but all the apps you would ever use, their goal is to make money. But that doesn't mean to say that they're not fantastic. Um, I'll try to keep this short, but one thing I'll mention, the last thing I'll mention is this move towards automatic testing, like AI testing within institutes, schools, like and universities. Can we just make exams run by AI? Um, there's a lot of concern about who's accountable for that as well right now. If we said, you can pass this course if you can pass this AI test, how do we know that that's a fair way to do it? Who's accountable? Who would be responsible if there was a mistake there? So the human always needs to be there, and it's our job to make sure AI is doing what it should be doing with students. But don't give everything over to AI because, yeah, who is accountable? It's a big question.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is right.
sure.
So, thanks a lot, Dr. Robert, for this. And we really appreciate your contributions to EduCast international conferences. I know this is not the first time to be part of EduCast events, and we hope that we keep collaborating more in the
Yeah.
future. So, thanks again for that, Blanca.
Yes, in terms of
Yeah.
collaboration, dear attendees, as we do not have time to answer all your questions today, but we highly recommend creating all posts on social media, adding Dr. Robert Stroud to the conversation so we can keep it going, we can keep it alive because there's always room for further conversation. So we are going to come back after each and every day with a kind of summary, but as we yesterday mentioned, each and every one of us is catching something else from every presentation. So why do we not collaborate together? I think it's a fantastic thing to help us to bring the most out of every presentation. So please do carry on this conversation with Dr. Robert Stroud on social media.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks, and
Yeah.
enjoy the rest of
Thank you.
Educast. Thank you.
Thank you. One more thing, guys. If you want to get in touch with any of the speakers, you can click on the button called resources, and then you will have the speakers. Just scroll down, look for the speaker you want to get in touch with, click on the photo, and then you will have the biography and the icons below are for the social media platforms for that speaker. Okay, so that's the most convenient part to or point about this feature, yeah, about the conference. So anyway, thanks a lot, Dr. Robert, for this. And guys, let me share something with you, um, because many of you have been asking about the certificates and everything else. Yeah, so.
Famous question.
Yeah, that's
Very
right. The
good
famous
help.
question about, at conferences. So I hope that you can see my screen. Yes, exactly this one. So regarding the certificates, you will receive editable certificates of participation for all registered attendees. We will share all of your certificates through your registered email addresses at the end of the conference. So Normally, we issue one certificate for the whole conference, but this year, because we have a 1 week conference, we will produce one certificate per each day and another one for the whole conference. Regarding your comments and questions are really and highly appreciated in the chat box to ensure that we have an engaging experience. So use the chat box to make your comments, write your questions at the end of the talk, and only ask relevant questions. We are so sorry for not being able to answer all questions because sometimes, we feel like we are behind time, but we will make sure we maybe respond to most of your questions if we have time. Some more tips or some more rules about safeguarding. Please be respectful and polite in the chat box. Do not write harmful or offensive comments. Do not share links or personal information. And regarding the recordings of the conference, you will receive an email after the conference ends with links for all recordings so that you can enjoy watching the full conference in your own time. So thank you for that. And we are about to move to our next speaker, right, Blanca?
Yes, that is true. Another speaker. Just to remind all of you that just joined us, we are on the second day, Technology in the Age of AI. Each day absolutely important. So during each day, you can squeeze the most out of it. And yes, again, we are absolutely honored to collaborate with another speaker that I'm going to briefly introduce to you, with very intriguing title of the presentation, Hands-on with Generative AI, Personalizing ELT Materials for Different Learners and Contexts. So everybody start reflecting what you really would like to gain from this presentation and think about the question. And Fajaruddin Akbar serves as the ambassador of IELTA Indonesia and is the official GSE ambassador for the country. He is a dedicated TESOL-TEF educator and an experienced educational technology practitioner with a strong focus on integrating technology and pedagogical frameworks to enhance English language teaching. His work is grounded in a commitment to sustainable learning practices and lifelong professional development, particularly in non-formal education and teacher capacity building contexts. One more time, it is our pleasure to welcome Fajaruddin Akbar. Before he's going to start sharing his screen, I recommend you start reflecting, as I mentioned. So think about some of the ideas that you would like to gain from this presentation and the talk that Fajaruddin is going to give in a moment. Additionally, think about your own knowledge, what you already know about the topic that Fajaruddin Akbar is going to cover. It can help you to find some knowledge gap. Then at the end, you might help yourself in bridging the gap from your perspective and theory plus practice to what Fajaruddin Akbar is going to share with you today. Fajaruddin, hello, good to see you.
Hello, good to see you again. Thank you so much, Bianca, and also Nabil. Good evening from Indonesia, and hello from wherever you are joining from, the teachers and educators. It's really lovely. I'm really excited to be here.
Yes, we are absolutely excited. I'm not going to take more of your time, Fajaruddin, so the stage is yours.
Thank you. So I'm going to straight away share my screen. I believe it's visible. Okay, so hello again. Thank you. So I don't think I need to reintroduce myself as mentioned. And thank you again to Blanca and also Nabil. And to be honest, I'm really grateful to be speaking second to Dr. Robert Strode, because I believe what I will be presenting has already been backed up by Dr. Robert Strode's presentation. Okay, so my presentation will be short. However, my demonstration will be a bit longer. Okay, I'm not going to do full presentation slide. I'm not going to be fully lecturing on my slides. We're going to move to different tabs on my screen and do demos on tools, which are AI. So kindly bear with me. Okay. All right. So yeah, I see. Hello. I've seen familiar names, and thank you for joining me in this session. So kindly contribute to the session, share your ideas, questions, but make sure the question is not that difficult. So to begin with, I would like you to know that this session is for beginners. So if you're not beginners, kindly don't ask me difficult questions. Kidding though. All right, so we have this agenda for my presentation. We're going to only have like 6 main points, but also more than 6 tools. You're going to get my slide. In fact, if you check the resources section, you can already see the links and you can click them away, right? You can go to my slides, go to the resources that I will be presenting. But again, I'm not going to be fully presenting slides. So we're going to start with this. Let me know if you have ever heard about this one. Let me know if you know about this one. Yes or no in the chat. So this is an experiment from Google. It's relatively new, probably 2 years. And the name is Say What You Say. Please say yes or no, or what do you think about this? If you have ever tried this one, or yes or no at least, if you know about this experiment from Google. The name is Say What You Say. Okay, I'm waiting for the chat. Okay, we have one yes, amazing, and we have more no's. I'm getting more confident because I know this and you don't. Kidding though. You're going to know this. You're going to know this. I'm going to demonstrate this to you and you will know how to use this, especially for an English teacher, especially if you teach writing. Okay, so if you check the resources, you can see this hands-on with generative AI. This is the framework that I'm presenting in this session. You can see how the flow works. Okay, in my presentation, you can also see my previous webinar with Educase International webinar series. Okay, but kindly enjoy the current moment. Okay, so kindly bear with me. Now, again, as promised, this is the experiment. This is from Google. This is free. You're pretty much welcome to try it right now. I'm sending the link in the chat. Okay, so you see, Say What You See, learn the art of image prompting with the help of Google AI. So we're going to take a look at how prompt actually works using this experiment. I'm going to launch experiment. I'm going to invite you to do this with me. Okay, so kindly bear with me once again. So say what you say. Are you ready to learn the art of prompting? Say what you say. So you're going to say what you say, but let's say in this context, you're going to write what you say in the chat. Okay, so I'm going to start level 1 and we have an example. So what you need to do is you need to include information about the medium, subject, and context. Right? As example, a painting of a dog in a field. So here, it's a painting, there's a dog, and it's in a field. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Now, we have this image. Well, it's an abstract image. So English teachers, can you describe this image, please? Okay, I'm waiting. So put a sentence or two, make it a sentence, not like, words, not only this and that, not only green, pink, but I want you to make it into a sentence as you describe this image on the left. And I will choose the best description and copy it to the box. I think this is an ice cream. All right. Good guess. But let's say what you see. Okay. Let's say what you see. Okay. We have a color mix frame from pink to green, square with colors. I see colorful page. Okay. Let's be more specific. Gradient going from dark green to light pink to dark pink. Awesome. I see life full of happiness. Okay. That's more of the narrative instead of description. We need description here. Describe the image. Okay. All right. I'm choosing this one. Okay, from Karen. Thank you so much, Karen. Karen is no doubt a writing advisor and is also my advisor. Thank you again, Karen. Let me put it here. Okay, and I submit it, and see what we'll get. Okay. Almost there. Okay, so it's 80% match. Now you see what we're doing. Okay, so the goal, the idea of this experiment is how you actually have the idea on how to put your idea of the thing that you want in your mind into prompt. And that's how prompting works. Okay. Well, AI is a robot. Okay. They don't have feelings. They don't have understanding. They might sound they understand, but they don't. Okay. So the things that we really need to tell what we want in our idea into prompt. So that's prompting. Okay. So again, you can play this game for free with your students, especially if you teach writing. I like to do this for a writing warm-up. And there will be so many different pictures your students can do. And then they need to describe the image, and then they will need to generate a similar image. Okay. And this game is actually, or this experiment is actually replicable to other like ChatGPT. Like you show an image in your classroom and then ask your students to describe the image and generate it using AI like ChatGPT or Gemini and see if we can get a similar image. So we can actually visualize what we have in our mind into writing. Okay, and see if it's actually what we think. So that's the goal of Say What You Say. And that's actually prompting. Okay, so the next time you prompt your AI and asking for something, make sure that you clearly describe your idea so you can get the output that you want. So that's Say What You Say. You can try it later. Now we're moving on to the GSA Teacher Toolkit. So I'm a GSA ambassador. I love the GSA Teacher Toolkit so much, but let's see if you love it too. Okay, so let's say again, yes or no if you know the GSA. Okay. Yes or no if you know the GSA. No, no, unfortunately, no. Yes. I'm getting more confident. Yes, Pearson, thank you so much. We have a yes, we have 2 yeses. Okay, and for those who are no, you make my day so much. So I can tell you about this one. So the GSA is a CFR equivalent. Okay, made by Pearson, developed by Pearson. Well, basically, it's an extension of the CFR. As we know, the CFR, Common European Framework Reference, is descriptors, language proficiency descriptors, criteria where you use to assess or even plan your lessons or curriculum. So the GSA is an extension to that developed by Pearson, and the GSA stands for Global Scale of English. So obviously, the GSE is specifically developed and made by Pearson for the English language. Well, the CFR, well, there are more languages covered by the CFR, but the GSE is only for English. Okay? We have global scale of language, but we're focusing on global scale of English. Because I'm an English teacher, and I hope we have a lot of English teachers today joining the session. So GSA has the GSE Teacher Toolkit. So the GSE Teacher Toolkit makes it possible for you to design your lessons, to design your curriculum or learning output. Okay, I can say easily, right? But let's see. So here in the GSA Teacher Toolkit, we have learning objectives, we have grammar, vocabulary, and text analyzer. We're going to focus on learning objectives for now. Well, here we have the CFR from A1 to C2, and then we have the GSA 10 to 90. So that's the equivalent. Okay, CFR A1 to C2, as we know, the GSA is 10 to 90. So what you can do in this tool is that you can find learning objectives that you want to use to design your lesson. Okay, as example, here we have young learners, professional learners, adult learners, and so on and so on. Well, I believe there have been so many curriculum designs for young learners, primary learners, but how about adult learners? How about professional learners? So I'm going to show you one that's quite rare to find. So I'm going to start with professional learners. So I'm going to choose professional learners, and then we see here, choose job role. Well, I teach English for specific purposes. I teach business English. My students are mostly clients instead of students. So they are like engineers, managers, CEOs, sometimes people in the business. So I'm going to choose job role and see we have like different or various jobs. Okay, well, I have a student working in finance. Okay, so I'm going to choose business and financial operations. I'm going to choose accountants and auditors. My students is accountant. right? And then I'm going to click choose. And then, so we have professional learner, we have accountant as my learners, and I'm going to choose the skill that I want to teach, or I think my students need to learn, or my students want to learn, okay? So we have language skills, basically basic, listening, reading, speaking, writing, very basic. And we have business skills, discussions, email letters, and we have soft skills, okay? Soft skills. So I'm going to start with business skills because language skills is very easy to find. I'm going to start with business skills. Let's say I want my students to be able to learn things related to meetings. So I want to teach my students how to participate in meetings. Okay, so I'm going to click this. I'm going to click choose. Okay, so we have professional learners, we have accountant as my student, and we have the skill that we want. And we can click show results. Okay, and then here we have learning objectives that you can choose, or that you think it's your learning objectives for your students. So we have can express limited opinions and arguments during work-related meetings. Okay, and the skill is meeting. Can report factual information given by other people. So we can say the GSA and the CF are equivalent. So this is the learning objective, this is the skill, and then the GSE. And we can even see job profile, like who might need these skills, like what jobs require these skills. Okay, education, training, and even more. Okay, so you can find learning objectives to design your lesson and curriculum. Okay, no worries, you will get the link to this, or you can check the resources section. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this, I'm going to choose one. Okay, I'm going to choose one learning objective right here. I'm going to copy it. Okay, just straightly copy it. And I'm going to go to the tool that you know. I'm not going to ask you, you know this, okay? ChatGPT. Okay, so I'm going to go to ChatGPT, and I'm going to show you how we can use learning objectives, okay, practically. So here we have ChatGPT, the one that you already know. We're going to start very simple, okay? This is how I have been using AI chatbots so far. As we know that ChatGPT and other chatbots, they are not actually for educational purposes. They're technology. They're technology in education instead of educational technology. They are made for general purposes. They don't actually, they might have some data related to education. They might have some data related to English. But the thing is that we want to, again, just like the say what you say, we want to be clear of what we want, and we type it to the AI, we prompt it to the AI, so the AI can make an output that we can expect. Okay, so that's where the learning objectives come in. Okay, so I'm pasting the learning objective, and I know that the learning objective is that I want my students to be able to understand detail of someone's personal professional experience from an interview or presentation. Well, I'm going to start with listening. Okay, so I'm going to do very simple thing, which I believe you can be more even creative with this prompt. I'm going to start with, okay, create a listening script, okay, following this learning objective. Okay, and then we have the learning objective. I'm going to make it tidier. So it's GSE 58 CFR B1. Okay, I'm just going to erase this. Okay, and I'm going to erase this. Okay, and then we generate it just like when you use your AI. Okay, so here we have a script. Okay, and this is where you want to be concerned with. Okay, you want to check if the output actually follows the learning objective. Okay, so the thing is that now we know what we want. Okay, we want the output to follow the objective. So the objective is can understand the details of someone's personal professional experience from an interview or presentation. So here we have a listening script for interview with training coordinator, okay? Because it's a listening script. So we have here interviewer and Maya. Anyway, Maya Santoso is an Indonesian name. Jakarta is the capital city, still the capital city of Indonesia. Okay, because it uses my account and it knows a lot about me already. Okay, so here we have, okay, so on and so on. And this is the thing that you want to check. Okay, if it actually follows the learning objectives. Now you know your expectation. Okay, I know that I expect the generated output from the AI to follow the learning objective that I pasted, which I copied from the GSA. Or you can basically replicate this with other tools, whether it's ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, and others, or other learning objectives that you have. But make sure that you can actually use that and paste it to an AI. Okay, so now we have listening script. Well, basically, you want to go on with, okay, create listening comprehension questions, or create a full lesson plan, and so on and so on. That's for you to prompt. The thing is, with prompting these days, you don't actually have to be frustrated every time you don't get what you want in the beginning. You can actually just re-prompt it. Okay, I want the script to be about presentation. Make it. I want it to be about a presentation. Okay, go with it. Okay, and it still follows the CF or B1 plus and the learning objective that we put. Okay, good morning, everyone. So we have listening script. Okay, my name is Maya Santoso, still the same character. Okay, grew up small town, Central Java. That's where I live. Okay, and so on. So it's getting scary, but it can bring a lot of benefits when you put personalization into your AI. Okay, so that's the thing. There's so many things that you can do with this. There's so many things that you can do with the learning objectives. Okay, so it's not limited to professional learners. You can go with, well, if you teach young learners, you can also find learning objectives for young learners. Not only language skills, you can also find soft skills. Okay, so in the era of AI, we might want to focus more on humans. Okay, the things and the parts where AI can do, all right, and the things in the part that AI cannot do, we do it as humans. Okay, so we can go with young learners, adult learners, so on and so on. Okay, and then not only that, GSC Teacher Toolkit also has grammar objectives. So the next time you teach grammar lesson, you can find the grammar category that you want to teach. As example, if you want to teach about verbs, okay, and then what verbs that you want to teach, like tense, you can click choose and you can choose the level. As example, I would like to teach verb to students at A1 or sorry, A2 level, and then you can find, okay, grammar points. It can ask yes or no questions using past tense of verbs, right? And many more. And what's great about it is that you can see resources and you can click this folder and you can find free to download worksheet from Pearson. Okay, that's for you to use and it's free. Okay, and again, later, if you are, I don't want to use the free, this is not personalized to my students. Okay, so you can just go with the objectives, go to your favorite AI, and then create worksheet according to these learning objectives. And then you need to check it, of course, if the output actually follows the learning objectives. We have vocabulary. Okay, so again, your learners, young learners, okay, I would like to teach nouns, okay, on the topic of actions. Let's say falling or not falling for young learners, and then you can go with show results. You can also choose the level. Oh, sorry, no items, too specific. Okay, well, anyway, you can find list of vocabularies that you think you can teach. And then text analyzer. Text analyzer is very helpful if you want to analyze authentic text and see if the text is appropriate for your students. Okay, I'll give an example. Let's say if the generated output from the AI, from ChatGPT, let's see if this listening script is actually B1 or around B1. I'm going to copy this and then go to text analyzer, paste it, okay, and then I will go script and analyze my text. Oh, sorry. Okay, so, well, it's B1 plus, okay, according to the learning objective. And you can see that our words means they are above the level. Vocabulary above the level of your text. You can also download this or save your text. Again, this is free. You will get everything on my slide and also the framework that's shared in the resources. Okay, so now we're done with GSC Teacher Toolkit. We have done with ChatGPT. I'm going to show you one tool which I believe I myself find it really helpful when creating listening resources. It's, okay, this one, Google AI Studio. Okay, so Google AI Studio is a free AI powered by Gemini, but it's not Gemini. And what's great about it is that you can create free audio files, very natural, in my opinion, so far. Well, it's AI anyway. And this is what you can do. So this is Google AI Studio. Again, it's free to some limit, but I've never reached the limit myself. So far, it's always been free. And the thing is, you can generate single speaker audio and then multi-speaker audio. Okay, I know there have been so many tools like, I don't know, Cucarella and then 11 Labs, but they are not completely free. This one is completely free. So we're going to generate the audio from the listening script that we created, okay, according to the learning objectives. So I'm going to start with professional experience presentation. So I'm going to copy the script again, and I will go here and I'll just paste it here. And then I'm going to modify the instruction. So again, this is where you prompt your instruction. Read aloud as a presentation, right? Oh yeah, unfortunately, I cannot share audio. All right, so let's see if I can share it in the in the chat as a file. So you can choose different voices. You can choose different voices. Okay, and then you can just click it, and then you can run control, and you will wait for it to generate your audio. Okay, yes, Salman, thank you so much. It's very useful, especially if you want to generate authentic listening resources, especially for lower level learners. Because as example, if you use YouTube videos or podcasts, they can be too difficult for lower level learners. So you can just create your audio or listening resources yourself, and you can make it contextual. As example, again, my student is an accountant. My student is from Indonesia, and she works a lot with people from different places from Indonesia and also other countries. So I can set the context of the audio. Okay, I can set the context of the script and then generate the audio myself. Okay, correct. Yes, Luis. In fact, you will need to download the audio if you want to use it later. Because if you don't download the audio and you refresh the page, you will lose your audio. So we'll see. After the audio is generated, I will be able to download it. I will be able to play it. But you say if I refresh the page or I leave the page and go back to this page, the audio will be gone. Okay, so you have to make sure if you think, okay, I'm going to use the audio, you will have. Okay, so you see, this is the audio. Okay, let me zoom in. This is the audio. I don't know if you can listen to the audio. Sorry. Yeah. Yep. Because audio is disabled from the person. That's okay. Here's the thing. You can download the file. Okay, I'm going to download the file, and I believe I can send it in the chat. Yes, I can do it. Okay, PC. Okay, so that's the audio file. I'm putting it in the chat. It's quite big. It's like almost 5 megabytes. Yes, Vio is also great. It was monetized. It is free for me. Okay. Yeah, but this one is totally free. So I I sent the audio file in the chat in case you want to listen to it. Okay, so again, it's free, but make sure you download the file when you want to use it. Because if you refresh the page, okay, let me show you. I'm going to refresh the page. Okay, well, I don't know. You see, I'm losing my audio. Okay, you will need to redo it again. So make sure if you use this, you want to create an audio file and you want to use it later, you have to download the audio. Okay, so I've sent the audio. Okay, that's for one speaker, monologue, like presentation, you want to generate a lecture, a storytelling, it's very useful. How about conversation? Sometimes we want our students to listen to a conversation. We can go with multi-speaker audio. Okay, and we have had our script about the interview. So again, I'm going to copy this, go here, okay, and then I need to paste it here on the left. Okay, but you see no speakers detected. Okay, what happened? This is what you need to do. You need to go here on the right, and then you see name speaker 1 and name speaker 2. So you have to make sure the name of the speakers are the name on the script, because the first speaker is interviewer. So I'm going to change it to interviewer. Okay, so we have interviewer. Okay, and the second one is Maya. So I'm going to put Maya. Okay, and then we have interviewer, and then we have Maya. Okay, back to back as a conversation. And here's the thing, you have to also set the style instruction. Okay, as example, a dialogue of a job interview. That's it. Okay, done. Or you want to make it very specific. Okay, the speakers are Indonesian, so it will try to use Indonesian accent, or I don't know, British accent, Asian accents, and so on. Okay, the speakers are calm, as example, or the speakers are in a hurry. Okay, and so on and so on. So you can set the tone, the style of the conversation here in the style instruction. But for now, I'm just going to go with a dialogue of a job interview. Okay, right? And then you need to choose the voice again, but because you cannot hear the audio, I'll choose it for you. Well, let's say because Maya here is a female's name, and then let's say the interviewer can be male, so we can see the distinction between the voice. Okay, so I choose Book for the male voice and Zafir for a female voice, and then run control, and we'll wait for the audio to be generated. Yes, I put the audio in the chat. You might need to scroll up because it's already, you know, syncing due to the chat. Okay, let's see if I can put it in the resources. Okay. Okay, so kindly, oh no, I cannot put it in the resources because it can only accept links. Okay, so I put it in the chat, but probably, okay. Oh my goodness. Turns out that I sent it only to the panelists. Okay, I resent the audio, okay? I resent the audio, wait for it. That's the monologue audio. Yes, there have been many similar AI tools, but most of the time they are not free, or they're free with limitations. Okay, so I believe you can see the audio now, somehow. If not, I'm so sorry. Okay, anyway. So, however, you can pretty much do it and try it later on your own. Okay, I welcome you to experiment with these tools. Okay, and they are free anyway. Okay, and you might want to rewatch this later, but kindly enjoy the moment for now. Okay, I'm also sending the second file. So that's Google AI Studio. You can generate audio with it for your listening resources, but first thing first is that you will need to create the script. Okay, and I've showed you how you can create your script, and I believe you can be more creative. You're an experienced teacher, you have been using AI for a while now, you know how to use it ethically, wisely, effectively, and so on. And I will really recommend you to check out the GSA Teacher Toolkit. Okay, so now we have done with Google AI Studio, we're moving on to Gemini. Again, I believe you know Gemini. But the things that what we are going to do is fight coding. We're going to create apps, which is we're going to create websites. Okay, we're going to level up from being only a teacher to a programmer. Kidding. Anyway, so this is an example of an app, a web app that I created using Gemini. I'm going to show you how the step-by-step how to do it. Okay, so it's basically coding, but again, I'm not good at coding. I know a little bit, but I cannot do it manually. It's generated by the AI, and here we have adventure story-based game or choose your own story. So there are novels like this and also digital games like this. So the thing is that we can share this link and then you can share it with your students or make it as a homework, but the thing is that you cannot collect scores. Now, I put the link in the chat. If you have a Google account, you can click it and it will direct you to this app. So this is Tom's busy life. Choose your pet story. So here we have a scenario. Tom is a 32-year-old office worker. Every day he makes choices that affect his current happiness. Today is just another day. Help Tom navigate work-life balance. So we're going to start the adventure. So here we have the morning alarm, 6:30. Okay, alarm rings loudly in Tom's small apartment. He feels very tired from yesterday's shift. Help me choose. Let's help Tom having a good day. So what do you think? What should Tom do here? Snooze alarm or get up immediately? Okay, or A or B? Get up immediately. Of course, it would be great. How about the others? B. Snooze. It will be lovely, Karen. It will be lovely, very. Okay, but let's go with a good story for now. Okay, let's get up immediately. Let's make Tom get up immediately. Okay, and then Tom feels fresh after a shower. He grabs a coffee, listens to music on the bus, and arrives at the office early. What should he do next? Help a coworker or scroll social media? Let's make it a little bit irresponsible now. What do you think? Should we be a positive person? Or, or we want to have a challenge for Tom? Okay, let's challenge Tom, okay? Social media and wait, and let's see what happened. Distracted. Tom scrolls through videos too long. Suddenly he realizes he forgot the morning report due at 9. Oh my goodness, so what should Tom do? Now he's stressed, okay? And his reputation is not so good. Okay, rush and submit it fast or ask boss. Okay, let's make it better for Tom now. Okay, rush and submit it fast. Oh, sloppy work. He submits the report quickly, but it's full of typos. Come on, it's in danger. So, okay, it's a hard day for Tom. Okay, today was rough, poor choices, and you can play again and you can choose different story. So that's one activity then that you can create using Gemini Canvas. Now I'm going to show you how it's done. So I'm going to use the same prompt. You just can click new chat. And then here we have Gemini, as you know. So here we have tools. The thing is that if you want to generate an app or a web app using Gemini, you have to go with Canvas. This is also available on ChatGPT and Cloud, but I've been using Canvas so far. And first, you need to turn on the Canvas and then change from VAS to Pro. You can actually use Thinking, but because I have a Pro account, I will choose Pro. But you can use it with your free account, no worries. I'm going to just use the same prompt. Okay, so this is basically the same prompt. Okay, transform the following into an adventure story-based game. So the thing is that you still need to create your own script or reading passage or anything that you think is awesome to be an interactive web app. Okay, well, and then I click submit. Well, basically, it can work with any prompts as long as you open the canvas and then you change the model to at least thinking. And then you use some keywords like this one, story-based game. Or maybe you want to have snake and ladder game. Or any games that you think could be interesting for the lesson. Okay, maybe turn your worksheet into a game and so on and so on, and it will code for you. Yeah, it will code for you. You will need to wait for it. It might take some time, depends on the activity. And as example, if you want to make a reading comprehension worksheet into a game, it's possible. You might need to, again, experiment with the prompt. Return to the principle of say what you see. What you have in your mind, you put it into a prompt and you can expect an output. Okay, and here we have. Well, every time you generate it differently or different chat, it might have different output. So here we have again, begin Tom's day. Okay, and then we have the morning alarm and so on and so on. And you can always reprompt it. As example, make it more engaging, make it more colorful and so on and so on. And then if you want to play it with your students or share it with your students, you can just click share and then copy the link. Yeah, awesome, awesome. I'm really looking forward to your experiments with this. Again, it's free. What you need to do is you go to Gemini, go with Canvas, and then change the model into at least thinking. Do not choose fast because it will be fast, but not really good. Okay, and then you can just generate it. And again, you don't have to be frustrated if you don't get it the first time. Okay, just reprompt it, revise, and so on. Okay, that's Gemini for you. And then we're going to move on to Copilot. Again, unfortunately, because you cannot hear the audio, I'm just going to visualize it for you. So far, one of the challenges when it comes to language learning, especially English in some contexts, as example in Indonesia, my learners, the students, they don't actually have the opportunities to practice their speaking because, well, in Indonesia, mostly people use Indonesia. English is only used in a certain very specific context, as example, international program, multinational companies, but outside of that, it's very difficult to find a speaking practice partner. And now we have AI. Well, you do this with ChatGPT and also Gemini, but the reason why I choose it with Copilot, because again, first one, it's free, and then it's somehow more natural and interactive, in my opinion. So you can just click microphone button. Okay, you cannot listen to this, but we will get the transcript. I'm currently having a workshop on how we can use AI, which is you, to assist students, to help students practice their speaking. Okay, you cannot hear the audio, but okay, I assure you it was very awesome. So you see, we have the transcript. So every time we complete or finish a conversation with Copilot, we get the transcript, and then we also get the transcript from the Copilot. Okay, and then we can go on and go on. And actually, it's very possible for you to prompt the Copilot first before starting the conversation. As example, if I start a new chat, okay, I want to simulate an interview, okay, a job interview, okay, we will do it in voice mode. Okay, to set the context first. Okay, and then after the chat, you can click the microphone button, which will direct you to the voice mode. Okay, now you know your role, right? Again, because you cannot hear the audio, let's see the transcript. Okay, so I said, okay, no, you know your role, right? Absolutely, I'll step into the interviewer role. Let's get started, okay? So you can prompt it first. As example, if you do it in your classroom, you open it in a big projector in your classroom, and then make your students speak to your laptop or to a microphone. You can first set the prompt to Copilot and then click microphone button, and then students can interact with it. Okay, so you can prompt it first, or you can just directly speak with it. There are so many activities that I believe you can come up with. Okay, so that's Copilot, and I know learning these prompting AI tools, and a lot of them can be more work okay, more time consuming. So why not make it even easier? Here we have Trinity College London developing NoteLab English. As I mentioned, ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, they are not actually made for educational purposes. They are technology. Okay, it's up to us. But let's say if you want to make it more, convenient, a tool, an AI tool that actually knows how to do things with English language teaching, this is the tool for you. So again, this is free, developed by Trinity College London. Okay, you only need to create an account. Basically, it's like guided prompt. So you only need to follow the questions or the boxes. Here we have CFR as example. You want to make your lesson for B1 level for speaking, and then you can choose the learning type, and then you can see the duration of your lesson, the class type, and you can go on and go on, and then you can see your lessons generated here in my lesson. Okay. Okay. So as example, here we have a generated lesson that I created the other day. So if you click it, it will come with. Okay. So you will get your resources. You will get your presentation. You will get your worksheet answer and worksheets for student. You can also get your lesson plan, okay, which you want to again check, and probably it did. And you can click download here if you want to access everything in a Google Docs. Again, this is free. You can check and recheck the output. Here's the link to worksheet. Here's the link to presentation. Well, though they might need more touch in terms of design, okay, but if you generate a listening lesson, you will also get an audio file with it, and it's free. You don't have to generate it manually. Just make sure you go with listening lesson. Okay, try it out. Again, you already get my slide in the resources section if you want to know more later on. But here's the thing, this is the big idea from today. We lead learning, teachers. We lead learning. AI is just another tool. It's just another tool from the internet. Okay, so thank you so much. Connect with me. You can find me on Facebook, LinkedIn. You can go to Google, search my name, Fajaruddin Akbar, and you can find my resources there, or go to my website. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Fajaruddin. Oh, yes, I guess that we are on a timing mode. I think you were about to say the same.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks everyone for joining today's conference or today's sessions. Thanks, Fajruddin, for such an insightful and practical presentation. You shared lots of practical tips on how to create materials for the classroom, how to exploit AI chatbots for educational purposes. But we still have one and a very important question. Talking about these websites, apart from the chatbots, are they free to use? Do they require
Yes.
subscription? Yeah, that's the priority here, right? All teachers
Correct,
would ask
correct.
about that.
Yes, so they're free, or at least free with an options to upgrade if you think you need an upgrade. But I believe if you can experiment with it with your needs, the free accounts, they're already sufficient. I subscribe because I have been exploiting it a lot, and I use it every day. Right, and yeah, I've been experimenting it for my website, for my other works. So that's why I subscribe. But they're actually doable with the free version, and it's only for the ChatGPT and Gemini though. ChatGPT and Gemini, you have the option to subscribe, but the rest they're free.
Yeah, that is great. So another question, which one do you use more and find more beneficial, Copilot or Gemini?
Okay, that's a very good question. Well, it depends on how you like it. I personally prefer Gemini in this case because, again, I subscribe to it. But I still do use Copilot because I use Microsoft Edge. So I see these AI tools as just, okay, so I'm not going to, I'm a ChatGPT person, I'm a Gemini person, but I'm just seeing these tools as tools available. Okay, so as example, here I'm using Microsoft Edge, and I have Copilot right here. So I'll just use Copilot. It's on the top of my browser. I'll just use it for quick use. As example, I want to search something. Okay, but if I think, oh, okay, I want to generate code, just like I did, I will just use Gemini. So it depends on the availability and what you want to do with it. So, and it depends on how you are comfortable with it, because they're mostly have almost similar capability. That's my answer for now.
Yeah. Okay. One final question. Is there any apps or tools that can convert text like listen, scripts, or article content into engaging video format? Ideally, they should also support animated educational content with visuals, characters, and voiceovers. Any recommendations?
Yes, you can go with Notebook LM. The reason why I don't present Notebook LM, because it will use more time, but it's pretty much easy to use. You can go to Notebook LM, and then you will know what to do with it. Okay, you can create new notebook, and then you will just know what to do with it. Okay, just follow the instruction. It can create presentation slide, it can create videos, audios, and so on, based on the things that you upload, like articles, PDFs, or even YouTube videos. So you can go with Notebook LM with that.
Yeah, that is great. Okay, one final question. I think it's a repeated one. Which
Okay.
AI tool is most reliable? For me, for example, ChatGPT sometimes hallucinates, right? Yeah, Gemini is more reliable to me. I'm a Gemini person, and I have a personal gym. I train it. It understands me. It can respond very well to me. So I think the answer here, it depends on how you train the chatbot, how
Yes.
you help it understand you better so that it serves you better. And the point here is it serves you, not the other way around, right? Is how to use AI for your own advantage, not to let it
Correct.
control you, right?
Exactly. We
And
are
Agree.
chefs, and AI tools are serving us the way that we are supposed to want to be served. That's correct. I absolutely agree with that.
exactly, exactly. And regarding the tools that can be used for making posters, do you have any?
Gemini can now do that. You can go with Gemini Banana. That's what they call it, or create image, and then you can say create an infographic for this content, and it will be an image.
Uh-huh.
And there are so many also like specific tools out there, but you might need to subscribe. But again, ChatGPT can do that. The thing is that you need to play with your prompts or experiment with your prompts. So basically, infographic is just another form of image, and AI is now capable of creating those images.
Yeah, yeah, that is right. So thanks a lot again, Fajruddin, for such a wonderful presentation. You're always a great asset to any event. Thank you for that. And everyone, thank you for being so much interactive in the chat box. And I think we have some time. Yeah, we have five
Yes.
minutes before we start our
I agree, Mo, with
next
you. I was
session.
just about to propose that our attendees are so active since yesterday that they do deserve a break. So air out your room, stretch your back, grab
Three
some
to
tea,
four
coffee, or
minutes.
your favorite drink. Professor Marina Falasca is already with us. She won't run anyway. We won't allow her. Okay. So we have 5
Exactly.
great minutes of break. So see you everybody in 5 minutes.
Exactly. That's right. See you in
Hello, everybody. Hello, Professor Marina, hello. So before we officially begin, I think that most of us are coming back from the break. Dr. Marina Falaska is going to speak about a very important topic, from passive consumption to critical use, and a holistic AI literacy model for high school students and beyond. Before I'm going to tell you about her professional background, you do start to think about some takeaways that you would like to have after her session. This is a great moment for you to reflect and find potential knowledge gap, and use our chat actively in order to ask valuable questions for Professor Marina. We just wanted to remind you that because we are trying to be absolutely tight with the schedule, right now I'm not going to read full whole professional background of Professor Marina. However, you will find everything about her background in the field resources on Zoom. Additionally, you can contact her by social media and active links provided there. So now officially, let me introduce Professor Marina Falaska. She is a multiple award-winning teacher, educator, researcher, and consultant specializing in educational technology, sustainability, and teacher development. She lectures on TEF methodology, multimedia applied to ELT, and introduction to educational research at two leading teacher education institutions in Buenos Aires, where she also serves as a practicum supervisor. As star country director for Argentina, she designs and leads international initiatives focused on sustainable development, education, and global citizenship, fostering transnational collaboration and socially engaged pedagogy. She is the new COIL program coordinator at Global Ed and an active member of Red AI Coalition, Responsible and Human-Centered Educational Technology and AI, where she contributes to interdisciplinary dialogue and advocacy around the ethical, critical, and pedagogically grounded integration of emerging technologies and artificial intelligence in education. Ethical and critical. These were keywords that were used also yesterday, and I think that these are words that will stay with us until the end of the conference. So one more time, from passive consumption to critical use, it is our pleasure to welcome Professor Marina Falaska. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Let me share my screen. Excited to be here with you all today. All right. Thank you again for joining this session. Today, I want to talk about something that affects every teacher in the world right now, how generative AI is reshaping the way our students think, learn, and write. This webinar is not about banning AI or celebrating it uncritically. Instead, it's about finding a balanced pedagogical path forward, one that empowers students to use AI ethically, critically, and intelligently, just like Dr. Robert Stroud and our colleague right before me emphasized. And over the next 45 minutes, I will share with you a practical framework that I have developed and implemented with high school EFL students, as well as higher education students in STEM programs across 4 countries, the Holistic AI Literacy Model. Let me briefly walk you through what we will cover today so you know where we're heading. We'll begin by setting the scene, looking at how AI is shaping global classrooms and what kinds of challenges and opportunities teachers are experiencing worldwide. Then I will introduce the core of today's session, the Holistic AI Literacy Model, a practical framework that helps students move from passive use of AI to critical, reflective, and ethical engagement. And from there, we'll shift into the classroom and explore interactive teaching strategies, concrete activities and routines you can use to guide students in making smarter, more responsible decisions with AI. After that, I'll share a real example from my own teaching practice, the AI and Me unit. And finally, we'll wrap up with key takeaways and a look at the real outcomes and impact this approach can have on student learning. Let's start with a quick interactive moment. In one word, how would you describe your students' relationship with AI right now? Efficient, dependent, or hidden? Please type A, B, or C in the chat. All right, C, A, C, B, A, C. Okay. All right. A, all right, C, B. All right. What we're seeing globally is a mix of all three, actually. Students are efficient with AI tools, but many are also becoming dependent, and a lot of AI use is invisible to teachers. That tension is exactly why we need a new approach to literacy. And this is the core problem I see in classrooms today. AI has made it possible for students to produce fluent, polished work with almost no effort, but this convenience comes with a big risk. This is what I call click thinking. Click thinking happens when students accept AI outputs too quickly. They stop questioning accuracy and or they skip the deep cognitive work that real learning requires. So the danger is not AI itself, the danger is uncritical use of AI. Our job as educators is to move students from passive consumption to active, reflective, human-centered use. This hopefully will help them understand that not everything should be outsourced to a machine. So let me briefly walk you through some of the strategies. And before we do that, let's briefly think about why AI literacy is more important than ever right now. As the two presenters stressed, the students use AI pretty much for everything and anything: homework, translations, summaries, essays, and even presentations. We cannot really ignore this reality. If we ignore this reality, we will not make it disappear. So we have two options. Either we pretend AI is not there, or we teach students how to use it well. That is why AI literacy has become a core educational responsibility. At the heart of today's presentation is the framework I propose, which I have called the Holistic AI Literacy Model. I use the word holistic very intentionally. Too often, AI literacy is reduced to technical skills, things like writing better prompts, choosing the right tool, or even generating faster results. And those skills are useful, of course, but they're only a small part of the picture. True AI literacy, I think, goes far beyond technique. It's also cognitive, because it helps students think more deeply, not less, or at least it should. It's also ethical, or it should be ethical, because it helps students understand responsibility, authorship, and integrity. And apart from that, it should be cultural, because it should help students recognize that AI reflects particular worldviews and values. And finally, I think it should also be rhetorical, because it should help students analyze how AI-generated texts persuade, frame, and influence meaning. In other words, AI literacy is not just about using a tool, it's about developing a critical mindset towards that tool. So basically, what I'm arguing is that students need more than prompt engineering. They need a structured way of thinking about AI, one that helps them question it, challenge it, and use it responsibly. So hopefully, this model will give them the opportunity to do exactly that: transform AI from a shortcut for completing tasks into a catalyst for deeper learning and stronger human judgment. Let me explain this in more detail. As you can see, the model I propose has three interconnected dimensions. Number one, media literacy. This helps students understand how digital messages are produced and consumed. In other words, students will hopefully learn to ask who created this, for what purpose, and with what possible bias. Number two, critical AI literacy. Here we deal with AI-specific issues like hallucinations, algorithmic bias, data limitations, and ethical implications. Students must understand that AI is powerful, but also imperfect. And finally, rhetorical AI literacy, and this is probably a new concept for you. This is often the most neglected dimension. All texts, as you know, are not neutral. They persuade, frame, and also shape ideas. So students need to analyze tone, audience, intention, and also linguistic strategies. Now, I would like you to think for a minute. Which of these three do you think would be hardest to teach, or which do you think would be hardest to approach in your own context? 1, 2, or 3? If you can type 1, 2, or 3 in the chat, that would be helpful. Three. Okay. Right. Most of you are saying 3, 2, and 3. Right. Most teachers have told me number 3, rhetorical literacy, and that's exactly why we need explicit classroom strategies. Let's put the model into practice. In the next few slides, I'll be sharing concrete strategies and tasks you can try out with your own students. I will be modeling a few, others are ready to use in your classroom. And there's a QR code you can scan, and you can also find all of the links in the resources section. So how do we counteract impulsive prompting? Students need guidance before they even open ChatGPT or Gemini or any other language learning model. One activity I use is the AI, me, or both sorting game. The idea is quite simple. Students classify tasks into AI only, human only, or human plus AI collaboration. This usually helps them understand that not everything should be outsourced to a machine. Another tool is the traffic light system. Red means no AI, yellow means AI with restrictions, and green means AI is acceptable. This usually gives students a clear ethical compass. The key message is prompting is a cultural and pedagogical choice, not just a technical one. And finally, what I call intercultural prompt design studio. Because I work in international contexts, I also emphasize prompts are never neutral. So through this last task, students learn to write a prompt from their own context. They can also rewrite it for a different context and compare the AI outputs. This develops intercultural awareness, critical thinking, and also global citizenship. Let's try the first strategy. Who should do these tasks? AI, me, or both? For example, generate practice questions. AI, me, or both? What do you think? We'll do just a few. Generate practice questions. AI, me, or both? Both. Okay. All right. All right. What about personal voice and anecdotes? AI, me, or both? Personal voice and anecdotes. All right. There you go. Me. Okay. I'm hoping to see lots of me there. Personal voice and anecdotes. All right. And what about grammar check? AI, me, or both? Grammar check. Okay. Both. All right. And what about brainstorming? A or me or both? Okay. All right. This will also, I mean, there are no right or wrong answers. This will also depend on ethical considerations, right? So that's why ethics are crucial. And hopefully these discussions will help students realize that using AI is not necessarily cheating, but using AI for everything is a problem. The traffic light prompt strategy is perhaps one of the most practical classroom tools in the model. Let's imagine applying this to a creative writing project. As teachers, we might decide writing the final story in the student's own voice means red light. Asking AI for inspiration or alternative pilot ideas, yellow light. And using AI to check spelling or improve paragraph organization could be green light. Okay, but again, these decisions are not universal. They depend on our cultural values, our educational traditions, and also our own local ethical norms. In some contexts, originality may be defined very strictly. In others, collaboration with tools might be seen as part of the learning process. So an important classroom discussion is, why are we labeling something red, yellow, or green? When students justify their choices based on fairness, learning goals, and cultural expectations, they begin to understand that responsible AI use is not just technical, it's ethical and contextual. And that reflection is exactly what holistic AI literacy is all about. Now, I'd like to go back to the last activity I proposed. This activity brings together AI literacy and global citizenship. The idea behind this task is very simple but very powerful. We often talk about good prompts as if prompting were only a technical skill, choosing the right words to get better results from AI. But in reality, prompting is never neutral, like I said before. Every prompt reflects a particular context, a particular worldview, and also a particular set of assumptions. So in this activity, students are asked to do 5 steps. First, they choose a global topic, for example, climate change, migration, or AI in education. Second, they write an AI prompt from their own local context. This means using their own reality, concerns, and educational environment as a starting point. And third, they rewrite the same prompt for a different cultural or educational context, maybe another country, another region, or a different type of school. Fourth, they compare the two AI responses, or if they don't have access to AI at that moment, they can imagine how those responses would likely differ. And last but not least, they reflect critically what assumptions appear in each prompt, what perspectives are highlighted, and just as important, what perspectives are missing. This process helps students realize something fundamental. AI does not simply generate neutral knowledge. It responds to the way we frame reality. Let's look at a concrete example of how intercultural prompt design works in practice. The global topic here is climate justice, a theme that is relevant to students everywhere, but it's also experienced very differently around the world. So in this case, we start with prompt A, written from a specific local context, explain how climate change affects secondary school students in rural Latin America, this is where I'm based, and what communities and schools can do to adapt. Now compare that with prompt B, which is framed for a different context. Explain how climate change affects secondary school students in urban Europe and what schools can do to reduce their carbon footprint. At first glance, these prompts may seem similar, but they actually invite very different kinds of AI responses. In the first prompt, the focus is on adaptation, how to cope with changing conditions, limited resources, and local environmental challenges. In the second prompt, the focus shifts towards mitigation, reducing emissions, improving sustainability practices, and lowering carbon footprints. Again, the difference is not technical, it's cultural, economic, and social. Up to this point, we've talked a lot about how students interact with AI when they create prompts. But an equally important skill is what happens after AI produces an answer. Teaching students to critically evaluate AI output is absolutely crucial. If students simply accept whatever the chatbot generates, then AI becomes a shortcut to thinking rather than a tool for learning. So one of our main goals as educators should be to turn verification into a habit. And these are some practical strategies you can use in your own classrooms. First, cross-cultural fact checking. Students take an AI-generated text and verify it using sources from different regions, languages, or perspectives. This helps them see that information is interpreted differently around the world. Second, identifying missing perspectives. Instead of only asking, is this correct, we ask, whose voice is not included here? What groups, contexts, or experiences might the AI be overlooking? Third, detecting cultural bias. AI often reflects dominant viewpoints. So students can analyze outputs to notice stereotypes, assumptions, or overgeneralizations about people, places, and cultures. And fourth, rhetorical reframing. Here, students examine how an AI text persuades its reader through tone, vocabulary, or even emotional appeal. And then they practice rewriting it for a different audience or purpose. All of these activities share the same underlying objective: to slow down and make students question AI instead of trusting it automatically. Because in the end, real AI literacy is not about generating faster answers, it's about developing smarter readers and thinkers, like Robert very well said earlier today. That's why I like to say AI literacy is above all verification literacy. If our students learn to verify, question, and reflect, then AI becomes a powerful learning partner rather than a replacement for human judgment. Again, feel free to scan the QR code or just look for the link in the resources section. Now, let's try a quick challenge. An AI produced this statement about Shakespeare. William Shakespeare, known for the play Hamlet, was famously commissioned by Queen Elizabeth II to write his sonnets in the late 16th century. Can you find the error? Can you find it and type the answer in the chat? What's the mistake here? Anybody? Thank you for the kind comments so far, by the way. Can anybody spot the mistake? Okay. Queen Elizabeth I. Excellent. Eva, wonderful. Exactly. The mistake is the reference to Queen Elizabeth II. She lived in the 20th and 21st centuries, not the 16th. So the correct figure would be Elizabeth I. This example shows why verification is so important. The sentence is fluent and confident, yet factually wrong. Activities like this matter because they teach healthy skepticism. They make verification a default habit. And they also show students that cross-referencing is essential when using AI. Even small exercises like this help students learn a crucial lesson. Never trust AI automatically, always check. Another aspect of AI literacy, and a very important one, is helping the students recognize bias. As I said before, AI systems are not neutral. They often reflect what researchers call weird bias, that is, perspectives that are mainly Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. Because most training data comes from these contexts. And AI outputs can unintentionally present a very narrow version of the world. What can we do to make this visible to students? We can use simple but powerful classroom activities. For example, ask students to generate a generic AI image of a typical secondary school student. Then discuss together. What does the student look like? What age, gender, race, or setting is shown? Whose image is considered typical? And another task is the Global Teachers Challenge. Ask AI to describe or generate a picture of a typical breakfast. Then ask the students, does this actually represent your culture? Often the answer is no. And after that, you can ask the students to analyze the output for specific stereotypes and assumptions. They can even rewrite the prompt to better reflect their own local reality and diversity and compare the new result. Hopefully, through activities like this one, students will learn that AI does not show the world. It shows a particular version of the world, and recognizing that bias is a key step towards critical and ethical AI use. In this section, we move from checking facts to analyzing how AI messages persuade. And again, this is an important aspect of the model, because AI-generated texts are not only about information, they're also about rhetoric. They try to influence how readers feel and think. On this slide, you can see three very different ways the same idea can be framed. First, an emotional appeal. Feel unstoppable with AI. This type of message targets insecurity and also the desire for quick success. It promises confidence, power, and ease, but gives no real evidence. Second, a logical appeal. Boost scores by 45% today. Here, the message sounds rational and data-driven, but often the numbers are exaggerated and or completely invented, what we might call pseudo-data. And third, a neutral frame, a tool for text generation. This version simply describes the function without hype or pressure, But helping students notice these differences is essential because social media is full of AI marketing that exaggerates what tools can do. And across cultures, these strategies may also work differently. Some contexts respond more to emotional language, others value more formal logical claims. So, a key part of AI literacy is teaching students to ask, what is this message trying to make me feel? What is it trying to make me believe? And what evidence is actually missing? Now, what is one question students can ask to check whether an AI claim is hype or evidence based? You can answer from any context. One example would be, where is the data coming from? Any other question we can ask the students to reflect on to check whether an AI claim is hype or evidence based? Any? Somebody says evidence, definitely. Okay. So where's the evidence, right? Where does the evidence come from? Can this claim be verified? Also, who benefits from these messages, right? These are all very important questions. Now, before we move into the classroom unit I have put together for you, I want to briefly show you another activity. I often use this activity with students and teachers in different parts of the world, and I normally ask participants to do it during longer workshops. So today I will be describing it rather than doing it live, but you can easily adapt it for your own classes. On the slide, you see a short AI-generated text. AI tools can support teaching by saving time, personalizing learning, and providing feedback. To use AI effectively, teachers should consider ethical issues and keep human judgment at the center of learning. The task is quite simple. First, you have to rewrite the same message for a different audience. For example, you might want to adapt it for students, parents, school leaders, or teachers who are completely new to AI. That's always an interesting exercise to do. Second, after rewriting, you can ask students to identify one key rhetorical change they made. Maybe they changed the tone, more formal or more friendly, the vocabulary, simpler or more technical, the examples, more local or more practical, or the overall structure of the message. And finally, you can ask them to explain their choice. What did you change and why? The purpose is basically to show that AI texts are never one size fits all. As you know, good communication depends on audience awareness, and effective AI use requires human rhetorical judgment. So hopefully this activity will remind students and teachers, why not, that even when AI produces the first draft, we remain responsible for shaping meaning. Now, I'd like to share a concrete example of how the holistic model can be implemented in the classroom. This slide presents a unit I designed called AI and Me. It was created for B2 teenage learners with a clear goal to cultivate ethical, reflective, and socially responsible engagement with AI. What makes this unit especially important, I think, is that it intentionally combines all three dimensions of the holistic AI literacy model: media literacy, understanding how AI messages are produced and consumed; critical AI literacy, evaluating accuracy, bias, and ethical implications; and rhetorical literacy, analyzing tone, audience, and persuasive strategies. Rather than treating AI as only a technical tool, the unit helps students approach it as a social, cultural, and communicative practice. As you can see, the unit is organized into 6 progressive sessions. Session 1, Curiosity and Concerns. This is where students watch a TED Talk and discuss their hopes and fears about AI. This helps activate prior knowledge and reflection. Session 2, Ethics, Debates, and Role Play. Learners explore dilemmas such as authorship, cheating, and privacy from multiple perspectives. Session 3, Fact-Checking the Bot. Students practice verifying AI-generated information and identifying errors or gaps. Session 4, Rhetorical Rewrite. They adapt AI texts for different audiences, developing awareness of tone, bias, and persuasion. Session 5, Multimedia PSA Design. PSA stands for Public Service Announcement. Students create a public service announcement promoting responsible AI use. And session 6, Advice and Reflection, where students reflect on their learning and produce practical guidelines for others. Across these 6 sections or sessions, students move from curiosity to critique to creation, while also engaging with all 3 literacies at every stage. Again, if you're interested in using or adapting the sequence, you don't need to take notes right now. You can simply scan the QR code on the slide or check out the links under the resources section in the platform. So the idea is basically to show you that AI literacy is not just an idea or an abstract concept. It can be actually transformed into a structured classroom-ready program that teachers anywhere can hopefully implement. At this point, I would like to step back and remember the bigger picture. Everything we've discussed today is not just about technology, it's about education, culture, and global responsibility. First, AI reflects cultural and linguistic bias. The tools our students use are trained on particular data sets, languages, and worldviews. And if we don't help learners recognize those limitations, AI can quietly reinforce stereotypes and unequal perspectives. Second, teachers shape ethical use. Students will use AI whether we guide them or not. The difference is that in our classrooms, we can teach them to use it critically, responsibly, and thoughtfully. AI literacy is not something students naturally develop on their own. It requires intentional pedagogy. And finally, global citizenship starts in the classroom. When we teach students to question AI, to consider multiple perspectives, and to communicate ethically across cultures, we're preparing them for a truly interconnected world. So this work matters far beyond individual assignments, tools, or applications. I think it matters because the way today's students learn to use AI will influence how they think, how they communicate, and how they participate in society. So as educators, we have a powerful role in shaping that future. In closing, I want to leave you with these 3 central messages. First, AI literacy must be holistic. It cannot be reduced to learning how to write better prompts or use new tools. Real AI literacy, I think, includes technical understanding, critical thinking, ethical awareness, and also rhetorical and cultural sensitivity. Only when these dimensions work together can students truly use AI in meaningful ways. Second, critical use can be taught. Students are not naturally critical just because they're digital natives. They need structured guidance, practice, and classroom routines that help them question, verify, and reflect. The strategies we explored today, fact-checking, rhetorical reframing, and cultural prompt design, show that these skills are teachable at any level. And third, teachers are designers of ethical futures. Every decision we make about AI in our classrooms, what we allow, what we question, what we encourage, shapes how the next generation will think about knowledge, authorship, and responsibility. We're not simply adapting to AI, or we shouldn't simply adapt to AI. We should actively shape how AI will be used in education and society. If we approach this task thoughtfully, we can help students move from passive consumers of AI to confident, ethical, and reflective users. That ultimately is the goal of a holistic AI literacy model. Finally, I'd like us to think about how the role of AI in education is evolving. Robert earlier today described the 3 waves of AI and what he thinks will come next. How our teaching practices need to evolve is crucial. So thinking about that is what I would like you to do now. The slide shows a simple timeline. In 2024, for many students, AI was mainly used as a replacement for tasks. Write my essay, summarize this article, do this homework for me. The focus was on speed and convenience, often all at the expense of learning. In 2025, we began to see a shift towards AI as an assistant for tasks. Students started using AI to brainstorm, to check grammar, to organize ideas. Here, AI supports human work, but the thinking still belongs to the learner, or it should belong to the learner. Looking ahead to 2026 and beyond, our goal should be something more ambitious. Like Robert said this morning, AI should be a partner for deeper reflection, not a tool that replaces thinking, not just an assistant that makes work easier, but a partner that helps students analyze, question, compare, and reflect more deeply than before. This is the real outcome we should be aiming for, I think. Learners who use AI to think better, not to think less. And that brings us to a final moment of reflection. I'd like to ask you a practical question. Which strategy from today's session could you realistically implement next week or tomorrow in your own classroom? Maybe it's the traffic light system, maybe a fact-checking activity, maybe an intercultural prompt comparison. Whatever it is, choose one concrete step. Let's see. Which of the activities? Which fact-checking? That's it. Okay. All right. Any other? Traffic light. All right. That's an all-time favorite. Any other? Nice to meet you, Hasiba. All right. There's plenty of strategies you can try out. You can look back at all of the ideas in the links. Again, the traffic light seems to be one of your favorites. Okay, wonderful. All right. Okay, whatever you pick, try at least one and also see what your students can come up with. You can, of course, adapt all of these ideas and activities for different levels. Most of them are targeted at high school students, but I've also applied this model with higher education students across different countries. All of them. Okay, Mona Lisa. All right. Spot bias. That's crucial. Wonderful. Okay. Last but not least, I'd like to close with this final message. The future of global classrooms is not defined by AI access, but by the quality of thinking, ethics, and dialogue we design around it. Like I said before, having AI tools is not enough. What truly matters is how we use them. Because if we only focus on efficiency, AI will make students faster, but it will not make them reflective or critical, right? AI can help them think better. And the real question should not be, do our students have access to AI? The real question should be, what kind of thinkers are we helping them become? And as teachers, we can shape that future through the choices we make in our classrooms. Thank you all for being part of this journey. I hope this session has given you practical ideas and strategies you can take back to your own contexts. And I would like to hear from you now. If you have any questions, comments, or experiences that you would like to share.
We do, Professor Marina. So many. Let's find out if we are able to address all of them. First things first, thank you so much for such thought-provoking presentation. It's a real food for thought, I think, for everybody, as lots of people, teachers, educationalists are still a little bit concerned about AI as a replacement of our profession. One of the questions that caught my attention that goes, are there standardized frameworks for AI platforms similar to ISO standards, especially for domain-specific applications like AI for physics or AI for business?
Oh, that's a wonderful question. I've actually applied this model with STEM graduates, physics, business, among others. And there's a research article coming up in the American Journal of STEM Education, hopefully at some point in the next 2 months. So this same framework can also be applied across the disciplines. So stay tuned for the for the article. There's also another article coming up in the University Grapevine, edited by the amazing Robert Stroud, that's also focused on higher education. And I think that's coming out soon, March, April.
Yes,
and I'm
yes.
using this same framework. So hopefully you can adapt the framework for different disciplines and different contexts.
Thank you so much for the answer. Yes, we do recommend Dr. Robert Stroud's newsletter and the University of Grapevine. You will find tons of ready-to-use ideas at the same time with thought-provoking questions and statements. Moving on, just to squeeze the most out of you, Professor Marina. From your perspective, do you think that AI is making teachers' job more challenging and stressful, or the opposite currently? Yes, given the situation
Um,
we.
I guess it depends on how you approach AI yourself. I mean, if you don't really take the time to explore it and play with it so you can actually see what your students may or may not be able to do with it, then of course you will feel stressed. I think one way of reducing that stress is to actually engage with AI, give it a try, read about it, and see again what the benefits and challenges are so that you can talk openly and honestly about it with your students, because whether we like it or not, I mean, they will end up using AI anyway. So I think it's
Anyway.
better to have an honest and open conversation with them and talk about what they're doing with it, what the pros and cons are, and then see how exactly you can approach that in your own classes. But
Mm,
getting your learners' input first is key, I think.
all right. So communication and staying open-minded, similar
Hmm.
perspective that we also gathered yesterday. Would you add anything else to that when I try to extend my question? From your perspective, what must change in teacher education in general? So in the whole market first, for students to move from passive AI consumption to reflective, responsible, and very agentic use.
Well, I am a teacher trainer myself, and I teach many different courses, including methodology, multimedia applied to ELT. So we've been talking about AI from the very beginning, November 2022. And my trainees are allowed to use AI to design their own materials. But for example, I use the rubric for rubrics to make them critically look at the rubrics that AI generates. So I have a very critical view, and I try to teach my trainees that they also need to be very critical of the output that AI generates. So they are allowed to use AI to generate materials, but then they have to double check with experts in the field. Some of my trainees design English for specific purposes courses. So one advice or one piece of advice I usually give them is, okay, generate your materials, but then talk to experts in the field, see if they are realistic enough, and I think that's the way to go.
Mm. Speaking of English for specific purposes, as also my area of specialty and business English, I have a question from Karen Bartel, because you presented a kind of group, and there are still some students, institutions, or corporate environment that is still against any use of AI for many of ethical reasons discussed, naming just a few intellectual property violations and any environmental concerns, and like the list goes on. So how you would suggest approaching such students or organizations? Should they be forced to use AI? Should we even try to attempt to have a meaningful conversation?
I don't think we should force anybody to use it. I mean, people should be free to do whatever they think is best for them. The environmental concern is also valid. I think the point is not to overuse AI. I mean, people use AI to write emails, for example. You can write your own emails, right? So AI should be a tool, and it should not be the first thing that comes to mind. So use it responsibly. Do not overuse it. I think that would be uh, the way to go.
Thank you so much. I absolutely agree on that. Um, One of our attendees admitted that there is a use of AI for formative assessment to support learning, but students are ultimately graded through summative exams like IGCSE or AP. The question is, how can these two be meaningfully aligned so that AI supported learning is fairly reflected in exam outcomes?
Wow, that's a big question. I know that exams are being, I mean, generated using AI platforms. So even big companies across the world, including Cambridge, are using AI to create their own exams. So just like, the first few exams, the first computer-based tests were also considered to be a big challenge for students, but then eventually we all got used to that. And some people now prefer computer-based tests as opposed to paper-based tests. So I think it will be a matter of consistency, and as long as this becomes the standard or the norm, then there should not be a problem with that. But there need to be clear guidelines behind that, and I think that the big assessment companies should take care of that.
Yeah. And I think that this is a kind of area that is still evolving as we are constantly adding another way of using AI. So there is like
Exactly.
vast territory of check, I would say.
Mhm.
Some of the phrases that you mentioned, replacement, assistant, and partner. The question from one of our attendees is, how can researchers and teachers trace genuine interlanguage development when AI increasingly co-constructs task output?
Oh, that's a tough one. Well, like Robert said earlier today, if you really want to track that, you need to, well, you can use one of the ideas he suggested, right? AI free checks. Have students produce something on the spot with no AI assistance whatsoever and see whether they've actually learned something or not. I guess that would be the only way to do it.
Yeah. So in terms of certain ways, if our students or the environment of our courses in general are already using AI daily, what are we implicitly teaching them when, for instance, schools or any institutions choose restriction or maybe silence instead of critical engagement?
My own personal view is that we should not ban AI. Like I said before, I think it's important to have an honest and open conversation with teachers, and there should be some sort of AI policy in every syllabus out there. Sadly, not everybody has their own AI policy. At this point, I think it's crucial to have an AI policy. What students are allowed to do with AI versus what students are not allowed to do with AI. That needs to be clear from day one to avoid plagiarism and many other related problems. So I would start with that. Talking to teachers openly about it and I mean, let's be honest, students will use it whether you ban it or not. So it's better to have an AI policy and say, okay, you're allowed to do this with AI, you're not allowed to do this with AI. If you do, then you will be punished.
Yeah, just to have a safe container and very mindful environment when certain rules and regulations are stated clearly.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
This year, we are again all about the future of education. So not only 2026, but way beyond. That's why the next question that I have for you, Professor Marina, is in what ways should AI literacy be connected to global citizenship, ethics, and sustainability rather than just treated simply as a standalone digital skill?
I think I answered that kind of through, for example, the intercultural prompt activity redesign task. I don't treat it as something separate. I incorporate it into all of my courses and all of my workshops precisely because I'm engaged in international education. And I think we should all address that in all of our courses because we are teaching future global citizens. So that should be part of our regular classroom activities.
Thank you so much for that. It got me thinking what I observed on the chat, and when I also was reflecting on to my approach towards AI usage. We are still talking about ethics, how we can really make it the best for us, just to make an AI our partner rather not a threat. So when we think about any pillars of ethical AI usage, what would you propose? Any guiding pillars that, from your perspective, should be at the beginning, or I mean, on top of the list?
Well, fact checking is definitely pillar number one. You cannot rely on what AI produces. At this point, we all know that AI hallucinates. The references that chatbots provide are not always real. So, fact checking is key. Also, editing for personal voice. You cannot just copy and paste. Uh, and sadly, most students do that. So, I would say fact checking, editing for personal voice, and also openly disclosing AI use. If you did use AI to write an essay or an article, acknowledge it and say exactly what you did, right? Uh, this article was double checked with AI, or it was used to, or AI was used to check grammar. Of course, you're not supposed to fabricate data, that's out of the question, but you can totally say that you used AI to check grammar and edit your article, for example. And most journals actually now require you to write some sort of acknowledgement to say whether you did use AI or not when producing your article. So I would say fact checking, editing for personal voice, and openly disclosing AI use or not.
Yeah, absolutely agreed with that. There is a question, maybe partially there was the answer, maybe there is a need for reframing it, or maybe there is something more you would add. In terms of sweet spot, what would be the judicious mix of AI usage while integrating it into digital pedagogy?
You think what the happy medium would be?
Yeah.
Well, again, you don't need to use AI for everything. I think the traffic light prompt activity is great. Do we really need to use AI? So before using AI, and again, that also takes care of the environmental aspect, before using AI, think about whether you actually need to use it or not. I think that that's the most open and honest answer I can give.
Hmm. Thank you so much. There are many more questions. That's why we highly recommend connecting Professor Marina Falaska via social media. Please also feel happy. We would be also absolutely genuinely happy if you mark us as well, EDUCAS International Conferences, so we can have these meaningful conversations long after the whole conference of 2026 will end. Let's just create it together, because you, dear attendees, are helping us to create this learning experience. So it's not about speakers, not about the attendees, but it's all about this spot, that what we can do all together. Professor Marina Falaska, thank you so much. It was an honor to have you with us this year. Thank you for your thought-provoking ideas and lots of ready-to-use ideas that our attendees can actually use tomorrow or on Monday. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was my real pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Marina. It was a pleasure having you here. Thanks everyone for staying with us until now, because we still have more to offer, right? We still had 3 more sessions today. So today we're talking about AI in education. And since it's still a little bit early to move to our next session, we will give the attendees a generous short break, right?
Exactly. Because we never know how much of a time in terms of the break we can offer you, for instance, tomorrow. So please use this time wisely. If you don't want to make a break because you've just joined us, please feel free to share your takeaways from day 1, if you were with us, and your takeaways from day 2, so you can help other educators and attendees grow and learn something, because maybe you spotted something that they didn't see or they didn't hear. So let's just make it all together. And yes, as Mo said, we have about 7 minutes before our next session. I don't know how about you. I'm definitely going to air out my room, stretch my back a bit, and with a new cup of tea, I will join you in 7 minutes.
See you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And we're back again. Thanks everyone for being with us today. And thank you for being part of EduCast International Conferences. Again, everyone, let me welcome you after the short break with Blanca Polak and our next speaker and partner to EduCast, Dr.
Exactly.
Ling Fung. How are you doing? How are you doing? I
Hi,
hope you're doing well
everyone.
today.
I'm doing well. Thank you.
It is our pleasure to
It's great.
have you again, because yesterday we just used this word again, Dr. Lin, so many times, and we decided that this word again means that we are so happy that you are with us.
Yes, I am so happy to be here. Thank you for the work that you put into this.
Thank you
you.
so
It's
much that
always a
you
pleasure.
decided to be. Yeah, the part of the work. Yeah. Sometimes we are mind reading with Mohammed, so there is a bit of time for us just to, translate everything. But I guess without
Yeah.
further ado, because I'm sure that our attendees will have tons of questions for you, so let's give them this opportunity. Let me introduce Dr. Lin Fu, who is a founder of EduLink, an application and technology platform that offers English and teacher development courses, as well as content creation tools for the development of communicative tasks and games. As a researcher, she has papers published in high-impact journals, including Language Teaching Research and Studies in Second Language Acquisition. Her professional experience also involves working as a director of the English language program at Chatham University for 12 years and serving as an English language specialist with the US Department of State. As an author, she has published several language learning and children's books. This year, for 2026 and Beyond EduCast International Conference, she decided to give you the talk that is titled Designing Tasks with AI, Insights from TBLT and SLA. Dr. Lin, it's a pleasure to have you again. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Blanca, and thank you so much, Mohammed, for having me. And thank you to everyone who are being here with us today. So if you would like to introduce yourself again in the chat by typing your name, where you are, and what you teach, that would give me a quick introduction to you, the audience here. And I'm gonna bring up my PowerPoint as well. Let me share my full screen. I think I should have present. No, sorry. Okay, I see it. Okay, so I'm looking at the chat. Whenever I'm looking down, I'm looking at the chat, and my screen is on a computer screen, a bigger computer screen. So you may see me looking up as well. And I'm just seeing here where you are and what you're teaching. English teacher, chemistry, English literature. And I'm sure we have teachers from all over the world. So again, the title of my presentation today is Designing Tasks with AI, and I'm happy to engage with you during the presentation. So please feel free to type in thoughts or comments or questions as I present. And I just asked you the first question, where you are and what you teach. So thank you for sharing that. Now, my topic is TPLT and SLA, and I assume that we have all language teachers here, but maybe I can ask you what they stand for. And what is your one question about TPLT or SLA? And if you're wrong, that's okay. I know that there are teachers who teach different subjects today. So what is TBLT? What does it stand for? What is SLA? And what questions you have in your mind about these two topics? or anything that pops up in your mind. Chemistry, okay. So I hope that I can comment on other subjects as well, but today I actually focus really closely on language education. TBLT is task-based language teaching, and SLA is second language acquisition. And when you hear of those two terms, what ideas pop up in your mind? Okay, so for the teachers who teach chemistry or math or other subjects, please feel free to ask me questions to see if you draw any takeaways from the topics. Okay, I actually have another question for you, and this is a quick poll, so you can type in A, B, C, D. So what is the main student learning outcome in your language courses? So I assume that a lot of you teach English and other languages here. And when you have those language courses, what is the main student learning outcome? What is the main goal of your course? I have A, students can use the target language for real communicative purposes. B, students can pass exams in school or in college. Sorry for a typo there. C, students can achieve a high score in standardized exams like the IELTS or TOEFL, or you have other student learning outcomes that you can specify for me. I have someone who said D, so if you can type it in. Prepare for higher education, okay? Students can use English for real life situations. Yeah, A, okay, so I'm so happy to see many of you have A and some of you have B as your goals. So let me move on to the point that I want to make here, or the starting point that I want to make. What is communicative competence and what is language development? So I assume that many of you teach languages, and one of the most important goals is to prepare students to be able to use the target language, right? So I use the concept of communicative competence here. And basically, it means the ability to use language in various contexts with diverse audiences to achieve communicative outcomes. For example, right now, I'm talking with you in English. English is actually my second language, but I use it to communicate my ideas, and you are listening to me to understand the ideas. So the overall communicative goal here is to share knowledge, share ideas, and understand ideas. And when we prepare students for real life communicative purposes, sorry, my daughter, okay, she just left. Then we need to prepare students for many different contexts, talking with different audience to achieve outcomes. So that's a definition that I'm going to give you in terms of communicative competence. Now, when we talk about language development, we can think about it a little bit more broadly. It is the ability to also use language accurately, appropriately, fluently, with increased complexity, right? These two concepts are actually related. If you want to be able to communicate ideas, of course, you need grammar, lexis, pronunciation. And we usually want to help students to do it more appropriately, more fluently, and also with more complexity and flexibility. So I want to keep you in mind in terms of what our goal is in teaching the target language. Now, I want to share this with you because I usually want to share new ideas. So just in December last year, I interviewed Professor Rod Ellis, who is a leading expert in second language acquisition and task-based language teaching. And we interviewed him for a new podcast that I just started, the Language Innovators. And I want to share this really important idea with you. Developing language proficiency takes time, and mostly relies on implicit learning, okay? So keep that idea in mind, implicit learning. Perhaps you are questioning what is implicit learning, and I'm going to get there. And this is a quote that I take from that interview. if you don't engage in these implicit learning processes, you'll never really develop any meaningful communicative ability in a language. So you may think of a lot of students who spend years and years learning English or another language without the ability to hold a basic conversation. And one of the reasons is that they are not engaged in implicit learning processes. Perhaps a lot of things that they do are more explicit, doing grammatical exercises, doing vocabulary exercises, very mechanical, very controlled. That doesn't lead to the kind of implicit knowledge that allows them to hold conversations. Now, so developing language proficiency takes time, and most we realize on implicit learning. The argument here is that, and I'm going to give you some pieces of evidence here, right? According to a report by Pearson, and I have the citation there, learners need to spend 1,500 hours to 4,500 hours of instruction. This doesn't even account for language use outside the classroom to go from A1 to C1. So you can see that it takes thousands and thousands of hours to learn another language. Another piece of research also shows that when learners in Korea spend 556 hours of instruction and language use, so half of the time in the classroom, half of the time using language outside the classroom, they gain about 0.3 in the IELTS band for the IELTS exam, and the IELTS goes from 0 to 9. So this is to show that it takes a long time to really develop the communicative competence in the target language. And so the argument is that, and I hope you are with me, the time in the classroom would be better spent on exposure to authentic language in use, which provides opportunities for comprehensible input, stressed output, interaction, and corrective feedback. The argument is that it's better to spend our time helping students to use language in the classroom rather than, say, presenting grammatical rules, rather than spending a lot of time explaining meaning of words, rather than spending a lot of time doing mechanical exercises like fill in the blanks or matching or whatnot, right? So that is the argument, because language proficiency and communicative competence mostly are developed based on implicit learning. Well, TPLT presents a solution. So there are a lot of teaching methods, and I'm curious what kind of teaching methods you often hear about, if you can share a little bit in the chat. So you may have heard of communicative language teaching, yes? TTT, PPP, okay. Dogme, lexical approach, okay, yes. So task-based language teaching, I can say that is a strong form of communicative language teaching, right? There are a lot of methods that are considered communicative language teaching. And task-based language teaching is a strong form, and I'll explain to see if you see it the same way. The integrative approach, CLT, yeah, CLT is really broad. So task-based language teaching presents a solution, and this is a really broad definition. Task-based language teaching aims to develop learners' communicative competence by engaging them in meaning-focused communication through the performance of tasks. So I want to draw your attention to the idea that your curriculum should consist of a list of tasks that students need to perform, not a list of grammatical rules, not a list of vocabulary items. So if you have a task-based syllabus, then your curriculum should consist of just tasks. So that is a really strong form of task-based language teaching and a strong form of communicative language teaching as well. You don't plan what language you're going to teach. You don't plan the bits and pieces of the language, but you just plan the kind of tasks that students are going to perform in your classroom. Okay, interactive 80-20. If you can explain what you mean by 80-20, then I'll have a better idea. Okay, so moving on, I want to give this idea right away because sometimes teachers think that tasks should always be interactive or should always involve speaking. But tasks can be input-based and involve all skills, right? I can say that, for example, for now, when I'm talking, then of course I'm producing language. So it's a productive task for me. But for you, when you're listening, then it is input-based, right? And input-based tasks are very important, especially when you have beginners. So Rod Ellis also said in that interview, if they are beginners, meaning learners are beginners, then you can't have any production. Your tasks have to be all input-based tasks. If you have complete beginners, you probably have to carry on with input-based tasks for weeks before you start putting them in a position of having to actually try to produce the language. One really simple of an input-based task that may be suitable for beginners is when you ask them to touch their head, shoulders, knees, and toes, right, in that song. So it's also kind of physical, total physical response in a way. They don't produce language, but they have to comprehend language. Okay, but now the important question is, what is a task? It's easy to think about tasks in real life, like giving a presentation, listening to a presentation, ordering food, scheduling a meeting, listening to a weather forecast. So those are all real life tasks. But in the classroom, what you may have is pedagogic task. So a role play can be a task, may not be a task, and I'll explain. So a task is an activity in which a person engages to attain an objective and which requires the comprehension and or production of meaningful messages. I think I have already given quite some examples. So when I present, I need to communicate my meaningful messages, my content, my ideas. When you listen, you have to comprehend the meaningful messages. And we want to attain an objective here, sharing knowledge, sharing ideas. So this is a very broad definition of a task. Now, Rod Ellis gives a much more specific definition that is more useful because if you want to develop an activity, a language learning activity that is considered a task, then you can follow these criteria. The first one is meaning. Learners have to primarily focus on meaning, meaning the ideas, the content, right? There should be a communicative gap to give the reason to engage with language. So the gap can be an information gap, like now, maybe I have some information that you don't have. It can be an opinion gap. If you and I get into a debate and we have different opinions, then we have an opinion gap there. Learners should use their own resources, meaning that you don't give them language to use, say, use this, fill in the blanks with this, but they use their own language resources to comprehend and understand and produce messages. And then there should be some kind of outcomes. So at the end of the task, perhaps you have something to show or you feel like you achieved something. There's an acronym for this, and I like it, but when I asked Rod Ellis, he was not too impressed because sometimes it's difficult to unpack an acronym. But anyway, does it make sense? Case study. Okay, so a case study can be a task, right? Okay, so moving on. Again, I'm still convincing you using second language acquisition research as well as theory and task-based language teaching research here as well. Why using tasks but not exercises? or explicit instruction, presenting rules. There are theoretical reasons, right? Theories means things that you can use to predict what works and what doesn't work. So the theory is that there's better transfer of knowledge and skills to real life situations when the language learning situation is similar to real life situations, right? So if students have to comprehend ideas when they listen, when they have to communicate ideas in activities, then it is closer to real life language use. So if they learn the skills in those conditions, then there's better transfer when they have to do it for real in real life. So that's one reason. The other reason is that, okay, thank you. The other reason is that when you use task-based language teaching and you cater to the learner's built-in syllabus. And there's this concept called focus on form. Usually, when we use explicit language teaching, let's just say we spend weeks explaining the verb to be, we spend weeks explaining the present simple tense, but usually what we present or what we teach is not what is learned because it takes much more time and learners are not ready to receive that kind of information. So when you use task-based language teaching, you only draw students' attention to form during their task performance, when they make a mistake, when they struggle. And then in this case, they are ready to receive that kind of focus on form techniques or instruction. Now, that is theoretically, right? But empirically, that has been shown in research as well. A meta-analysis in 2017 shows that task-based language teaching is better than the traditional method, say PPP, present, practice, produce, with a large effect size on communicative measures. So when you measure students' learning by asking them to perform a task, asking them to produce language, asking them to comprehend ideas, to do something with the ideas, then task-based language teaching is better than the traditional method with a large effect size, meaning it's way better. So research has shown that as well. Okay, but what is the problem? Why isn't task-based language teaching used more widely and more successfully in a wide variety of contexts? The reason, to me, for my observation as well, is the lack of task-based materials. A lot of textbooks don't have tasks that teachers can use in the classroom. It's not easy to implement, right? It's not easy to write a good task, but it is also not easy to implement because usually it involves maybe students working together, more interaction, more corrective feedback from the teacher or the interlocutors. So it's not easy to implement. Pressure of standardized exams or tests. So that's my last point here. Definitely, I agree with you. But also there's this interesting, I think, in many fields and in our field as well, there's this illusion of learning from explicit instruction, drilling, and repetition. We feel like after we ask students to repeat something many times or to drill a grammatical form through exercises many times, then they do an exam better. They do an exercise better. So there's this illusion of immediate learning through explicit instruction. So I feel like there's also this pool of using explicit instruction for kind of immediate effects, although they don't lead to long-term implicit learning. Okay. So to me, this is the AI part, and I present ideas to you based on my work. And I know that this is a very broad topic, right? And I can talk a lot about AI from different angles here, especially from the perspective of what I hear in the US. And so feel free to ask me broad questions about AI as well. But I'm presenting you to you the use of AI in the context of task-based language teaching. So AI presents an opportunity here. And there are two maybe aspects of AI that are helpful. Teachers can use AI to design tasks with it. And this is an idea that I think Rod Ellis also says that he supports and is important. Because of the lack of task-based materials, then perhaps you can work with AI to create tasks. And when I was talking with him, my point was that if you want to do that, you need to know what task-based language teaching is. You need to know why you use task-based language teaching. And you also need to know what a good task is, apart from all of the knowledge about your context and your learner, right? And then this makes me remember the previous presentation when the presenter talks about how critical we have to be by using AI or work with AI. If you want to work with AI, you have to know more than AI. So this is the critical aspect. If we want to be critical, we also have to know very deeply about our field and what we are doing. This is the point that I also have been making. So what I mean is that you need to have the knowledge to really judge whether AI is giving you good output, or even whether to ask a good question, to draft a good prompt. So I don't know if I mean rationality, but I just mean that we need to know more knowledge about what we are trying to do to work with AI. So you can work with AI to design tasks, but you can also arrange for AI to complete tasks with learners. This is what I do more with Eduling, and you can let me know what you think. So in the work with Eduling, it is an online, it is a mobile app, and students can complete tasks with AI. And we are still working very hard on making it do a good job. And so when you design tasks for students to complete with AI, of course, you need to think about your lesson objectives, right? So the task should support your lesson objectives. This is an example that I have. For example, here, the student has to talk with AI to complete a limerick that starts with, there was once a cat from Peru. And they have to come up with the next line that rhymes with Peru. So in this case, for me, I came up with something like it loved wearing big shoes, right? And when students do this, there's a language objective here as well. They practice the oo sound, which is difficult for many students. And of course, they use language creatively. So that's an example. Another example here, and another point I want to make, is that you need to make the task engaging so that students want to do it with AI. I don't know if you talk with AI to learn another language. Real question to you. Have any of you had the experience of talking with AI to learn another language? Or talking with AI in general? Yes? German, okay. No? Or just chatting with AI? Do you have the experience of just talking with it? Okay, Duolingo, yeah. Yes, got worse with AI, okay. If you have the experience of just talking with AI to practice speaking, at some point you're gonna be bored. You're very bored. It keeps saying the same thing. So when you make a task for students to complete with AI, you should make it engaging, right? And there are many ideas that we have, and that is what I'm trying to do with Eduling as well, create tasks that are potentially engaging. This is a storytelling task where students, again, have to tell a story with AI, but the AI is primed to use a sentence with a lot of and sound, which are difficult for many learners, including myself. So by knowing the students, you have a better chance of making the task engaging. And then you can have them complete it with AI. Make the task personally meaningful to the learners. And this is related to the previous point that you should make it engaging. What do I mean by personally meaningful? It has to be related to content or ideas that they know and they care about, right? So this is a task that was created by a teacher that I worked with from the Rosie Hub. And in this task, the AI gives emojis so that students have to guess what app it is referring to. You can try it to see how it looks. Then the teacher came up with all these types of apps that I myself, actually, I don't know many of them. But her students know them. She has the experience using them. The students know these apps. They are much younger. So the content here is much more personally meaningful to them. This is something that you also can do very well in terms of knowing your students and knowing the context and creating tasks that are personally meaningful to students. You can also make the task multimodal, right? So if your students chat with other chatbots out there, perhaps there's already voice, there's text, but you can also create image so that students can engage with the image. This is actually a highly academic task that I created as part of the IELTS writing course on the app. And apart from allowing students to type or to talk, I also created these notes on an image so that when they talk to the AI, they can refer to an image. And this is something that I pretty much want to pursue further so that the content is multimodal. Students get the scaffolding, the support that they have to be more productive in their language use. In this task, actually, there are notes about the pros and cons of the internet because students have to write disadvantages and advantages essay. So I gave them notes first so that they could talk about these things. And after they talk about those things, they can write, right? So that's how we scaffold their learning as well. Okay, I should move faster, I guess. You can try the task. I have a QR code here, but I can send you more links later if you're interested. Now, this is also important. Developing one task is one thing, but sequencing them to scaffold learning is another. And that is also pretty much my thinking about AI as well. You create tasks or activities with AI so that students can perhaps do the task with the AI, but at some point also do it independently. So you kind of use AI or different types of activities to scaffold their learning. This is an example. I have an IELTS speaking course on Edulink, right? And one of the tasks that students have to do is to record a 2-minute speech. Maybe they need to describe their dream house in 2 minutes. But to get them there, I have an audio lesson. Maybe you can say that this part is more explicit. I have a video lesson explaining what they have to do very quickly. I have a model speech with really interesting content that they can engage with. This is more like a task because they have to engage with the content. I have another model speech in a video format so that it's multimodal. Then they talk with AI to brainstorm ideas. So when they think about their dream house, the AI may ask, where is your dream house? Talk about the location. Talk about the rooms and the facilities in your dream house. How do you want your dream house to be decorated? So they are engaged in this conversation before they need to talk for 2 minutes. And this is what I mean by sequencing tasks, right? And you can see that in the whole sequence here, I only use AI in this part, talk with AI to brainstorm ideas, and also in the last part when it gives feedback on the 2-minute speech for the students. task sequencing is one of a very complex ideas or issues in TBLT, and I can talk more if you're curious about it. Okay. Now, again, I want to share this quote from Professor Rod Ellis, just to show you that task-based language teaching is not just about oral interaction. It can be used to develop all kinds of skills and facilitate language development. So he said, one of the misunderstandings about task-based language teaching is that it is always associated with oral communicative competence, interaction, and speaking, but it is not. You can have tasks that are completely writing tasks or completely listening or reading tasks. It is completely wrong to see speaking and oral interaction as absolutely fundamental to TBLT. It is important, but it's not fundamental. So I just encourage you to think widely about task-based language teaching that involves also other language skills. Talking about other ideas, if you want to use some of the ideas I shared today to develop tasks for your students, I have a presentation delivered to the US Department of State that presents many different types of tasks according to discourse types. Discourse types are like whether it is describing, giving instruction, debating, argumentation, right? According to communicative gaps, is it information or opinion? And also implementation conditions, how you group students, right? How you do pre-task, during task, post-task. Or if you want to take a mini course on my app, you can try the Developing Communicative Tasks course on the Edulink app. Short, sweet, easy, accessible. It is not free, so it's not accessible in that case, but it's on a mobile format that you may enjoy going through. Okay, and I have a QR code here if you want to scan it to get directly to it. Okay, so one more idea. I mentioned focus on form. When students perform tasks, then they get feedback from their interlocutors, or they get feedback from the teacher. And the feedback can be maybe when someone doesn't understand, and they ask the students to repeat. Can you say it again? What do you mean? Do you mean this? So that is called negotiation of meaning. And through these negotiation of meaning moves, students are pushed to change their output. So this is the idea of stretched output or comprehensible output. They need to change their language. And through this process, language learning can occur. And also sometimes teachers don't just negotiate meaning, they give explicit or more explicit corrective feedback when learners make mistakes. So for example, if I said, I go to the cinema yesterday, the teacher may say, you went to the cinema? And in this case, the teacher corrected the mistake, although it is implicit, but it is considered a corrective feedback move. And with Edulink, this is something we focus on because we know that the AI is incapable of doing this well. So we are fine-tuning the AI so that it can negotiate, meaning it can give corrective feedback. The more you use AI, the more you can see its shortcomings, right? And I remember a question about whether there's specific AI for different fields, and that's what people do. They try to fine-tune AI for different purposes. Let me give you this example. I took a screenshot, and this is just a demo on our web, not on the app. In this task, I have to describe a city so that the AI can guess. So it's an information gap task, right? I use my own language resource or resources to produce language, and the AI, of course, it pretends to try to understand. So you can see that I'm trying to describe a city in Egypt. So I said this is a city in Egypt. And the AI got it. A city in Egypt got it. That narrows it down a bit, and it asked me to give it more clues, right? And then so I said it most famous with pyramid. So I made a few mistakes here, right? And so now it responded with this term. It is most famous for its pyramids. So it's like a clarification request, but with the errors already corrected. So this is a feedback move that you can call it clarification request to negotiate meaning, or a recast, because the teacher corrects the mistakes for the learners implicitly. And the theory is that through this process, learners modify their language and improve their language implicitly as well. Okay, I'm close to the end. And of course, when you use tasks in the classroom, it is exciting. There's so much energy. Students usually like it. But on a technological platform, there may be other affordances that I encourage you to consider. So on my app or on other platforms, you can have speech to text, right? Transcribing your speech so that you can see what you say. Text to speech, you can have something read aloud to you. There's translation. Of course, we have to use translation thoughtfully, and the way we handle it with Eduling is that it's just optional. If the students want to see translation, they can do that. We also program in Tap to Learn. So we tap on the highlighted language to learn more incidentally, right? The important thing that I have, important point that I have made also is that you need to have various task types to develop students' communicative competence and language proficiency, because they need diversity of input. They need a lot of opportunities to be exposed to different contexts, right? Different audiences. They are also bored if you only have one task type. That's from my experience as well. So various task types to develop students' language. Now, I want to give a short pitch in terms of Eduling. We have a mobile app, but we also have an educator dashboard that allows you to create tasks, publish your courses, and at some point, and also sell your courses on our platform. Or at least that's the vision that we are working toward, that you create tasks, you own them, you create courses, and you can sell your content. And we work on the back end to give you some technologies and some task types for you to create these activities more easily. And currently, the app has over 20 courses. It has IELTS speaking, writing, pronunciation, teacher development courses, how to gamify. Mohammed has a course there on master the international stage. So if you want to take it on a mobile format, it's really short and sweet and interesting. And also we have an educator dashboard, like I mentioned. Okay, if you want to try it, that's the QR code, but you can also just search Eduling on the App Store. And finally, I welcome you to connect with me on LinkedIn or Facebook, or you can check out my presentations, different presentations on my website, and I will type my email in the chat if you want to contact me. And so thank you for listening. Really technical and long and a lot of details in the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. That's why we decide to record the sessions, because most often the amount of information, tips and tricks, ready to use ideas is so gigantic that I don't know who is able just to grasp everything at one side. So
right.
We would love to get back to the recording. Thank you also so much for QR codes and allowing our attendees just to try it out even today or maybe tomorrow. We have a few questions for you and we have time for them.
Mm-hmm.
The first question that we have is about TBLT's limitations. So what would be your piece of advice when it comes to these limitations that might be resolved in the context like structural curricula where language systems are taught explicitly versus focus on form?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's a challenging issue. And I think that is one of the reasons why you would say that language education everywhere has failed, because when we teach students explicitly, the best that we can develop is explicit knowledge, the knowledge about grammar, the knowledge about the language without the ability to use it. So I have made it, now I feel like one of my areas of advocacy would be to share more ideas in terms of we need to allow students, or we need to spend the class time doing tasks, or giving students more opportunities to be exposed to authentic language use. And perhaps if you cannot do that so much in the classroom, then provide students with the opportunities to do that outside the classroom. So watching YouTube videos, reading more interesting materials, graded readers, finding opportunities to use language authentically, right? I know I come from Vietnam originally, and English is a huge deal in Vietnam. There's a great demand. The government has made it a second language in schools. And so this requires big change in terms of developing students' communicative competence, but also improving the teachers' language proficiency. And my point is often that if teachers engage in professional development events like this, they learn ideas and they also get exposed to the language as well. If you don't use the target language regularly or use it communicatively, how can you teach it communicatively to the students as well? So I do understand a lot of challenges, but perhaps there are a few small things that you can do to see how it works. I can give you this example, and I hope that it doesn't offend anyone, but my nephew in Vietnam, he's 7 years old now. And when he was younger, he watched YouTube videos as many kids do, and he could learn quite some language and could use quite some language. But when he started grade 1 and started to have English lessons, what he had to do in class was to write down words and sentences. So first, I saw that it was a waste of time in terms of developing language skills. Second, it killed his motivation. It's not the joy and the fun of learning the target language anymore. So I'm sure the teachers do other things and there are a lot of constraints, but I want to give you that example.
That is a powerful example, just to still remember about the goal and why we want our students to actually acquire the language. So it's not about just to have the language per se, but it's about the whole function and the opportunities that the language can bring itself.
Yeah.
That is correct. It also, in terms of certain limitations regarding TBLT, given the other context, the modular curriculum where TBL and TSLT must be kept separate. What would be your piece of advice here?
What is TSLT?
TSLT, can we have
task-supported language teaching?
This is how I understand it, but maybe let's ask Faisal Marouki for confirmation, because that's the question that was brought by this attendee. Task-supported.
Yeah. I think Rod Ellis has mentioned task-supported language teaching as well, because in a lot of contexts, your curriculum is already fixed, and most of the time, the curriculum is built around linguistic items, right? Different grammatical tenses, different vocabulary items. And so I guess the suggestion is to just try, you have to work with the curriculum, but bring in more tasks. And one of you also mentioned the 80-20 rule, and I think she or he said that 20% on instruction and 80% on practice. Maybe that's a good rule of thumb, but the suggestion I have is that think about practice as language use, not mechanical practice. Otherwise, we kind of go back to doing all the mechanical activities that don't lead to implicit knowledge and communicative competence. Practice has to be more meaningful and more authentic rather than practice in the sense of repetition, drilling, and mechanical exercises.
Indeed. Thank you so much for this answer. I wanted to follow up with a few things that you mentioned on your wonderful presentation. You told us many things about certain support that AI enhanced tasks can bring to the table. I just wanted to squeeze maybe a little bit more when it comes to hindering. So what things teachers that maybe are novice teachers here in this area of TBLT should be very aware and mindful about? So how do we ensure that these AI generated tasks they hinder? Yeah. So what we should be aware of?
Okay.
When it comes to everything you described in SLA research.
Yeah, this is actually a very difficult challenge to tackle with us. AI is amazing, right? In terms of doing certain things, you may be really impressed by what it can do. It can write, it sounds intelligent because it uses language. But the more you know, the more shortcomings you can see. So in terms of creating tasks, yes, it can give you many, many good ideas, but you also need to put in a good prompt. You need to know your students. You need to know your context. You need to know your curriculum. You need to know what task-based language teaching is, how learners acquire a language to decide, okay, this task is a good one. I can use it today, or I need to do other things first before doing this task. So my advice, again, is still pretty simple. We need to have deep knowledge of our field and our subject matter or our profession here. That's one thing. The second thing is that if you have students complete tasks with AI, it's not perfect either. I have done literature review that shows that sometimes AI just compliments you a lot. It doesn't negotiate meaning because it always tries to it sounds like it understands everything and it always moves on. It cannot give corrective feedback because again it understands everything, right? Whatever you say, it tries to move on. So those are some shortcomings, and that's why at Edgelink we are trying to fine-tune the chatbot. And I know that not all teachers have the time or energy to do the things that we do. So it's just that if it is not useful to you, don't use it. I am actually of a different, I'm not an AI booster. Go out and use AI. It's impressive. You have to integrate it into everything. It's just that you have an immediate task or an objective you need to achieve. If it is not useful for you, don't use it.
Absolutely agreed with that. You mentioned about being mindful whether the task and the whole part of the curriculum is mechanically organized and structured. Maybe we can squeeze a little bit more out of it. So from your professional perspective, what other criteria should we use to evaluate whether an AI-supported task is pedagogically sound and not just technologically impressive? Bringing fireworks to the table only.
Yeah, so you can use a lot of pieces of the information I presented today, maybe to evaluate its output. So you need to understand what a task is, right? So the 4 criteria that I mentioned to see if the output from AI even meets the criteria of a task. Maybe sometimes it doesn't meet all of the criteria and you're going to use it anyway because you have other purposes. Then you need to decide that. You can observe how students interact or when you give the task to students, then you can also make observations to see if it can be improved. From the experience, my own experience, I write my own tasks. I haven't used AI to create tasks. So I just feel that maybe I know the learners more. I know what I want to achieve. So I just write it myself. In the presentation, in the interview with Rod Ellis that I just mentioned, he sees a huge potential of AI in helping teachers to create tasks So maybe you can try it. And again, think of the criteria that I just mentioned to see that those are good tasks for you to use.
Mhm. All right. Thank you so much for this answer. Another question that came out is, as TBLT is often discussed in the context of language teaching, how can it be adapted and meaningfully integrated into content and language integrated learning context
Yeah,
where
good question.
English is used to teach subject content to learners whose first language is not English?
Yeah, I feel like task-based language teaching is really good for content-based instruction as well, because you already have a piece of content that communicates ideas, right? The starting point is that students have to focus on meaning. And meaning in this case is the content, the subject matters that the students want to acquire. So the starting point, you already have something that students maybe care about. Let's assume that they care about learning math, they care about learning chemistry, that you already have meaningful content to hook your task on.
Mhm.
And so now from that from the content, how can you develop a task? So for example, maybe they have to read something, and after reading it, they have to transfer the information on a diagram, right? So that is something that people have to do with ideas and meaning. Then that is a task that is perfectly compatible with content. Instead of saying learn these words from the text, you actually help them to understand the content and then communicate that content in a different way. So this is fascinating because Vietnam, like I mentioned, is I think adopting CLIL in the school curriculum or considering it. And the point that Rod Ellis also made in that interview is that content-based instruction has the potential for task-based language teaching, but it doesn't have to be. If teachers treat the content very mechanically and try to teach vocabulary out of it, try to teach grammar out of it, then you use content, but you're not using the task-based approach. I know that's a long answer, but because it's some issues that I'm also grappling with.
Yes. Thank you for that. That being said, for the end, considering everything that you presented and shared with us and certain answers that you gave as well, would you say that TBLT approach cannot be incorporated with specific modality or methodology, or there's always room for adapting TBLT? Or maybe certain methodologies should be, teachers should be mindful while trying.
Yeah, so I already mentioned that you can use task-based with content-based as well. You can use task-based with project-based, problem-based, or whatever, right? What it is not compatible with is if you spend a lot of time presenting grammar, presenting vocabulary, you teach very explicitly and only spend little time for production. Now that is not compatible with task-based language teaching. But perhaps you can bring in a little bit more tasks, even that's the approach that you take in your teaching.
Thank you so much. But perhaps certain areas where the main output and focus is on exams, where the grammar is essential in order to move on.
Yeah, then
thank
it's
you so
difficult.
much.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much.
Dear attendees, as we promised, we always try to answer as many questions as possible. However, as Dr. Lin already welcomed you to join her social media and find her on LinkedIn, feel free to contact with her and let's make this conversation and dialogue alive. It's only the second day of our conference and we have many, many more. So we do believe that by having this conversation and open dialogue, we have a chance to gather as much information and insight as possible. So for now, Dr. Lin, thank you so much for being with us. I'm going to use this word on purpose. Again, we do hope to collaborate with you in the nearest future. Your sessions are always extremely insightful and you show us that technology can bridge the gap into communication and true connection with every learner and user. So thank you so much. I will hand it over to Mo right now.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn, for being part of this. It's always a pleasure collaborating with you. Thank you. And of course, you're already an essential part of Edcast International since you're a
Can't
sponsor and
see
a
my
partner to
screen.
Edcast International through EduLink Speak. So again, everyone, we're not done yet. We still have two more insightful talks. One of those talks is by Judy and Denton Green. Let me share the screen for the title of the session. It's crazy how time is running fast. We're already
Almost
at
at
the
the
end
end.
of the second day, almost at the end of the second day. But we have 2 days of fully loaded presentations. I mean, fully loaded with information,
Yes.
insightful and practical
Many
tips, right?
questions, many thought-provoking statements. So, yeah, I will keep on repeating that. And these are questions that you attendees are asking. Everything is being recorded. You will receive all recordings after the conference. Please be patient and give us some time just to wrap things around. The same with certificate. As every year, they are prepared for you. They will be sent short after the conference finish. But I would say having so many wonderful speakers, so great sessions, let's just try to immerse really deeply into the experience, not worrying about the technology because the recordings and certificates will be provided.
That is right. And again, guys, our next talk is by Judy Ann Denton Green, and the talk is entitled From Chalkboards to Chatbots, Balancing Data, Dialogue, and Human Depth in Education. So before we start, let me introduce you to Judy. And yeah, just a second. Yeah, it's right here. So Judy is a teaching and learning consultant and yeah, an international school advisor, published author, educator, writer, mother, wife, and an active member of her daughter's parent association. And as an experienced educator and leadership professional, Judy Ann has had the privilege of serving a diverse roles that strengthen school. Yeah, just a second. Technical issues, they always happen. Yeah, 7 diverse roles that strengthen school culture, elevate teaching practice, and inspire student success. Throughout her career, she has been recipient of several awards, including Teacher of the Year and Outstanding Leadership Experience. Judy Ann is proud of her legacy of starting a community initiative that supports sick and shut-in elderly who lived by themselves. She has been recipient of several awards, including Teacher of the Year and Outstanding Leadership Organization and Preparation. So, again, everyone, let's give Judy Ann a warm welcome. And yes, let's get started. So, Judy, if you're ready to start, please share your screen.
You.
Yeah, we can see it now.
Good
Everything is clear.
evening, everyone. Are you able to see my screen? It's such a joy to be here. And so, as we begin, wow, what a session we have had so far. And at this moment, I will ask you just to sit back and get ready to type and participate. So I will be facilitating today because all will be learning together. And I have a question for you. And in the chat, I have a few skills. So I've always started with a question, and your question is actually on in the box here, my YouTube, and I'm going to just ask you while you are getting ready. It doesn't seem to be allowing me to paste this in, but that's okay. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and ask you to go to this Teach, Learn, Speak, and there's a question for you about the skills. And while you're doing that, until we get that up, I'm just going to ask you to think about all the skills that is needed. And I'd like you to jot down the top skill that you think all of us on this chat today need just to, in our work life, in our home life, and also navigating everyday situations. So just jot your top skills that you think you need it at home, you need it at work, and you also need it when you are navigating out of space. So I like Elizabeth's comment. We need it. We actually need meditation, soft skills, well, analytical skills. I like that. And so most of what we do today is going to be talking with each other. So we'll pause and we'll read time management, being patient. Right. Thank you so much. I love this. Thank you. Decision-making skills. Wow. And so as we think about these skills, if you should add another one, if you should add what would be a second? So I noticed that as I'm reading, I can see agility. Wow. So I think somebody read that jobs report, the 2025 jobs report, because all of these are spot on, actually. Yes. Very good. And so right now, if you're a parent, if you're an educator, and I'd like those coming in, if you're a parent, if you're an educator, right at this moment, right now, at least 60% of your students are using AI to do their homework. And the question is, not what are they copying or are they learning, is how are they using it to navigate the space? How are they using it responsibly? And so as we think about our students, I want us to at least pause at this moment. And students are being quite robotic in their search, in their research, and how do we equip them to be researchers? So we're going to pause again, and we're just going to read your top skills. And as we think about our students, if we're a parent, if we're not an educator, if we're not one of the stakeholders, I want to ask you, read these skills and see, as an educator, am I teaching any of these skills? Am I teaching any of these skills? So I'm just going to just pause. Problem solving, agility, quotient, being open-minded. I'm just going to pause and if you have a pencil or a pen, if you journal like me, I have mine right here. And because this moment will go, I will do a little journaling and a little writing as we go along as well, because I keep these journals forever. So empathy, problem solving in your classroom, in your AI-driven classroom, have you taught any of these? And we know some of them are caught. So I'm just going to turn off and give you about 30 seconds to just scroll through and pause. So you cannot be exhausted. So sorry for that. So our group norms assume the best intentions, engage with the content, and come with an open mind. And we have heard so much of this topic. And I'm going to ask that as we move on, I'm going to ask that you will go ahead and check your question or your answers that you had before. So if you had analytical as your next or your top skills, I'm going to ask you to think about, have I taught that or anything close to that skill? And so according to the jobs report, and I think a couple of us have read through it, the 2025 jobs report, where they actually questioned thousands of our top job hirers and asked them to share the top skills. And it says 85 of those group of jobs, they will require literacy by 2030. 60% of our students, they already use AI for homework. And look at it. ChatGTP, they have reached 100 million users in 2 months. So the question isn't if students use AI, it's how. And as I was navigating and going through the information for this session, I was thinking, most times we're thinking about just our students, but we have other vulnerable adults, like our parents. I know my parents. And so let us just spend just a minute or so just dissecting a few words that I came across. And it's artificial hallucination. And it's when AI model comes up with plausible but wrong answers. So I'm researching women in the workplace. And I jot down one of my favorites, Trillium, and I asked AI some questions, and they said that she worked in tech. So I typed in and say, because they couldn't find her, because Trillium is not a common name. And so it came up with an answer, and I typed back and I said, but Trillium does not work in tech. Could you use information from XYZ? And then it came back. And so that is what it does. It actually makes up an answer. And so we have another word that we know these words, we've heard it, is disinformation. And disinformation is messages that is definitely deliberately intended to mislead. Okay. And so disinformation is intentionally manipulation. And so, and then we have misinformation, which is unintentionally sharing of false information. So as we look at these terms, I want you to just write these terms down and see if you can delve in some research. And I have two very effective sites that I go to, and I'll share them, the MetLab and Craft, and these are both from Stanford and Harvard, and they're you're able to use the information because they are for nonprofit and it's meant for teachers. And I'll share those at the end. So our words that we're looking for is artificial hallucination and disinformation and misinformation. So let's pause and just think about those words. How will we use those words? And how does that affect us? So we have different bodies that safeguards and put in policies. And so as we think about these, I'm not going to read them out. So these safe and effective use of systems, I always ask, as educators, as safe adults, which one of these have we taught either our adult learners, our secondary or primary school students, elementary? So I want you to just jot down, and could you share in the chat for me? And I'm using so that I can see which one of these. So I normally say, which of these are your growth areas, meaning areas to improve? And which of these are your areas of strength? Do you teach them safe and effective use? How do you use it effectively? So data privacy, have you taught your students, doesn't matter what grade level? And in NEASC, we have this term that says learners. So learners, you will see I use it. Learners mean for all levels of learners, you and I, our parents, our vulnerable adults, our university students. So let's use our chat box for this one. So let's check. So which of these do you normally use? Or have you taught your students? And which is your area of? So if you could jot down. So part of this is to ensure that we're having what am I doing well? What can I do more effectively? What can I improve? So do you have one at your place of work? Or if you're a parent, have your son or daughter, have they brought home an AI policy? Or it can be termed by another name, depending on where you're living. We're all living across different continents. And let's check. Okay. The dangers. Oh, thank you so much, Karen. And I'd like you to check through the chat. And so as we're going through, just think about would you mind opting out? Okay, if you have a student and they opt out of using, if you have given a research, is there alternative ways for that assessment or that research method if we want it now? And that student said, I'm not able to, I prefer not to use AI for this, miss or sir. Do you have an opt-out? Have you made way for them to ask? Are there alternative consideration as you're planning through that lesson? What is the human connection or the human consideration? Okay. So please jot down some notes. Changed behavior. What will we change after this session? Okay, so when we talk about data, just to go through this, so this is a quick review. So AI system like Gemini and ChatGPT, they rely on large real-world data sets. And as you think about our text and images that we use, our neutral networks, I want you to just look at our output. So I just want you to keep this in mind as we think about the usage. Which of the models do you use? Which of the AI, which is your favorite AI tool that you use? Do you normally use Gemini? Do you use ChatGPT? And so here we are. So when we speak about pillars of literacy, it is how are our students effectively using AI ethically to navigate the real world situation. And so there are 3 areas that we will choose to teach our students and our children at home. So we're going to teach them to prompt when they are using any form of AI. They go through a prompt. and they will question. So for example, critically evaluate these AI outputs that they receive. And if you remember the outputs from the previous slide, and then they need to verify the source. So if you are writing and you haven't gone to the library, you haven't used any form of tool. So I've changed my method since AI. So I have a method where I go through LinkedIn, or I go onto Stanford Craft website, and I find a couple of experts in the field. And I will go and I will say 3 of them, and then I will email them and ask them, most are educators. I'll ask, I am presenting, and I did this for this one as well. I'm presenting and I've never had someone saying no. May I have a location of where to look, or may I have a couple of research that you've done, and I will cite you. So that's my way of, I don't have to spend hours navigating through a plethora, different bases, trying to find expert in the field. So that is my way. And so what is your way as you verify? What verification tools do you use for your AI classroom? So if you could jot that in the chat. So that's my new way that have saved me time. And then I can now ask questions. I can navigate. I can ask any of the AI tools just to pull up Dr. Raghu. And so I can go through and navigate, or pull up Dr. Walk so I can see what he has done. And so that's what I do. So can you share what's your method to verify AI? So Copilot, different, it's difficult for teachers. Adriana, can you share, please, share your comment, please? I'd love to hear which part of it. So someone used Copilot. So what do you use to verify? Just drop, or how do you teach your students to verify? Could you drop it in the chat for me? ChatGTP, okay. And how do they verify ChatGTP? I refer to, thank you so much, Hannah. I refer to reliable source resources if I doubt any information in the answer of ChatGTP. Very good. Sometimes Google, okay, and Google Scholar. Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. So I noticed my LLM, my large language models, they're coming up for verification. So how do you verify them? So that's a question. So it depends on the sources. Thank you. All right, so prompting. So we have noticed for students, we have noticed that prompting is where we need to teach our students. So we're going to do a little prompting. We're going to practice. So this is where we need to teach students how to research and ask specific questions. So tell me about climate change. That is very weak. So if we start teaching them to be very, very specific, explain 3 main causes of climate change in language suitable for 8th graders, suitable for college students, and then we can add region. And so I'm going to ask us that at the moment, can I please ask that you now practice, instead of telling me about climate change, can I ask you to write, how would you rewrite this question? So this is mine. So how would you rewrite, tell me about climate change? How would you just share it in the chat? And we're going to spend a couple of, about a minute or so to rewrite, tell me about. So reword these for us. Tell me about climate change. Thank you. So we use our list. Thank you so much. Wow. What are the effects? Very good, of global warming. So this is where our Bloom taxonomy question comes up. So the how, the why, the evaluate, the descriptive sentences. So remember our what. Once we go up on the list, what is the effect of global warming in? So notice that for this question, it has the location, it has the continent list, so there's a place, list the top 5 main causes. And so when we also, the next time when we are in our classroom, we're going to ask students, we're going to literally ask, what if these questions are banned, these questions that write an essay on that is banned. First of all, they need to be specific, what they're doing, what they're writing, what topic they're writing, what age group, what's the audience, what's the language. So we're going to teach, and normally they will say, Miss, this takes very long. I'll rather write it, right? Because they have done their research. So they must include their role. So as teachers, we're teaching them to model. They need to be specific in modeling. They need to include role, audience, format. And so this is very important because critical thinking on analytical thinking and critical thinking, those were in the, first of all, analytical thinking from these CEOs, those were the top skills. So once we're teaching students in school, we are preparing them. These are graduate skills. So add context, add constraints. So we're putting constraints. So we don't need a global warming in America if we live in the United Kingdom. So very important as we are teaching, these 3 areas are very important. Very much. So remember that we said that Professor Osborne, and he is from the University of Oxford, and he talks about the fact that we must be very clear because misinformation and disinformation, if we don't teach our learners and teach our vulnerable adults, our parents are on these tools as well. And if we don't take the time to teach and teach them how to navigate, they definitely will end up with false information, right? And so I will keep coming back to this slide. So our aim is to ensure that we are teaching. So as we navigate questions, so they're supposed to question, okay, how do they question? Is this answer completed? Is it oversimplified? What is the perspective? First of all, do we know how to spot bias? Is it outdated? Does this answer, or does it actually address my question? What would happen if I acted on this information? So is it one-sided? So it's very important that as we look at the information that they ask questions. So when you're doing this activity, if it's at home with an age 9 child or student in school, or if it's an adult who is at uni, so a young adult or an adult at uni, what would happen if you act on that information? Is it just one-sided? Are they missing sources? And so it's teaching the learners to ask these large language models to ensure that they are having sources, that there include sources in there, and so they check their sources. And so it's very important that we teach our learners to check information. How's the language that is being used? Is the language overly confident? And so we tend to pause. What other question would you ask? Thank you so much. I'm looking at checking these questions. Sarah, thank you. What should we do to reduce the effect of global warming? Thank you. So now we're at question. So thank you for these responses. So now we're at questioning. So what other questions would you ask that's general that you can ask or teach your students to ask? And so this session is about ensuring that we reflect and we write and think. So participation is also thinking about it and thinking about what change would you put in, or what is your next steps? What do you plan to do with this information? So we have 5 here. Which one do you think I could add? So let's check. Very good. Very good. Does the context agrees with my cultural norms, my religious beliefs, what I think is morally upright? What key? Thank you. I could just take these off the page. I am just so enamored with these. Thank you. Brilliant. What key facts or concepts are missing? Thank you. So then our verification process is very important, and we touched on this in the beginning. So never trust AI alone. And so that is one thing that we teach our learners. That should not be your only source. So we're going to ask AI to provide us with those sources. And we are going to go to those sources, because once you type that into a search engine or you research those, then these will come up. So that's rule number 1 for verification. So of course, let's always ask, we're going to use ask a friend. So we're going to call a friend. So that's also important. As colleague, AI has taught us that working together is very important. And we know that the COVID pandemic taught us that we cannot rely on just ourselves, because we can see that together we are so much stronger. We're stronger together. And so we're going to teach that concept. Togetherness is there's safety in numbers. That's an adage that that works into all spaces and sphere. So as we are teaching them to verify and fact check, we're going to ask them to use multiple credible sources. We're going to ask them to make sure they have both a primary and secondary source, very important, and always ask the experts. Ask the experts. I think COVID has taught me ask the experts. AI has asked me to ask the experts. It has taught me to ask the experts. So I go online. I can say this over and over again. If I'm in a space where I know that Veronica is pretty good at this topic, I am definitely going to find this person and send an email. And human beings are so amazing at sharing knowledge. I don't know if I'm asking the people I'm asking, they're very free with knowledge. And that's one thing I've learned. And so I'm going to ask you to feel free to check in with your colleague. If you notice that is their repertoire, that they're the expert in that field, please ask. Check out the other university that next to you, research, see what they're writing on, send a note to that professor, that colleague that you know is brilliant. We are going to ensure that we use our experts. And then we're going to cross-reference. So once we've taught them to do this process takes so much time. And so once we have taught them, I can assure you that your learners will be so capable with using this information. So it's not how do I use AI, if I should use it, it's when I will use it and how do I use it effectively. So we're teaching them the tool. Very important. I'm just having a ball navigating these questions. So you put a rule. If you two source rule. So I normally say at least two source rule from credible sources. But if your rule you could have, depending, because from the elementary stage, I have year age 9. What's your source? So if it's two source rule, just have a rule in it, just make it up and put it. If you need 3, that's even better. Just put it 3 source rule, and then that's your language and it's a part of your norm. So these become classroom norms that you practice effectively. So I'm going to ask you to ensure that as a classroom that you have a source rule that fits your group of learners. That would be depending on the context. So make yours up. So what will you change? What will you do after this session? So one of my experts in media literacy over 20 years is Dr. Faith Rogu. And very erudite, and I'll leave her background for you to Google and find a little bit more about her. And I ask a question: she said, I asked her a question about what is one question that she would ask parents and teachers. And this is one question that she left. She says, how is what I'm doing helping my child to develop critical thinking skills? So as you are teaching, as you're navigating spaces, no matter what your day is like, part of us are to ensure that our learners move on with the effective skills that they need. If they're in high school or in elementary school, it's graduate skills that they need to navigate the real world. And so a question is to ask, and this is a question: how am I doing is helping my students, helping my learners to develop critical thinking skills. And as you think about that, I just would like you to pause and think about your last lesson or the last time that you taught in a classroom or probably directed or instructed someone. What does that look like and sound like? Did they learn anything? So part of this AI in the age in this age of parenting and teaching, it says that when students can Google anything and ask AI anything, what is left for us as educators and parents to teach? The answer is how to question both. How do we question? Very important. How do we question? And how have we taught students simple questions to navigate AI? What question will they ask? And for your students and for your children at home, what is the question that they know you will ask when they're researching? And we always say keep it 3, list of 3. That's it. What are the 3 questions that they will ask? Is this credible? What will I do with that information? So I'm going to ask. So we're going to be at the end, we're going to be listing these questions. I'll give you some time to list these questions because these are going to be our classroom norms. Okay, for AI. So we're going to create our own classroom norms. And if we're parents, parent norms. And what we'd like you to do is to ensure that you have your source rule. So is your source rule going to be a 2-source rule or a 1-source rule? So as we integrate AI literacy across curriculums, what does that look and sound like? Okay, what does it look and sound like? Do they generate essays and students evaluate and refine them together? Do they create practice questions in class? So as you are teaching, as in this, we are teaching content, and one of the should I say, one of the drawbacks or the challenges that educators have shared is that they don't have time. They don't have time to teach AI literacy. And even though it's a part of the students' classroom context. And so what does it look like? What does your AI classroom look like? What have you taught that they can use? Do they create? So after you've given them something to learn, do they create and do they verify answers? Do they compare AI responses with textbook? What does it look and sound like? So I'd like you to jot that down and see, have you identified any gaps? Do they audit response? Do they improve upon prompts? So remember, so it's prompting, it's prompting, it's questioning, and it's verifying. So prompting. So do they improve those prompts? Do they share? Do they brainstorm? Do they audit any assignments? What is the marking and feedback policy like for your group work? Do they ask them to fact check AI generated content? Very, very, very important. Is there any documentation or process where they verify this? Do they present their findings? Do they know how to use empirical research? What does it look like? So I'm just going to pause a bit. I'm just going to ask you to share what is your practical classroom strategy? So if you could share in the chat, what does yours look like? Okay, number 4. I love that. 1, 2, and wow, thank you. 3, awesome. Do you So, as we address academic integrity, what is your classroom policy? What's your framework? So here's a simple one: be transparent about AI myths. I use AI to document that. Is it safe? Is it safe for the students to say myths? Yes, I use AI, or that's a 0 in your classroom. So they can use it and not say what does it look like. And I'd like us to be authentic and share. So can they be transparent, or that will result in a 0? So these are 4. I said keep it simple. You can have 3. So the classroom rules, our source, and then our classroom policy. So after this session, areas to think about: what are my classroom norms? What are my source policy? Do I have a 2 source or 1 source or no source? How do they verify that information? Very important to address academic integrity. So it's a classroom norm. So once they have this classroom norm, it becomes part of the class culture. And so your job as an educator, your job as a parent is very much much easier than without. Thank you for sharing. They need to explain, okay, multiple sources, very good. Reference any AI use. Thank you so much. So we know that while teaching AI literacy emphasizes skills AI cannot replicate. We talked about these skills. And if you have some extra time just to delve into just being an AI practitioner, please look at the job skills so that you share this when you're sharing with your learners as you discuss research and assignments. And we call it head fake because you're teaching them something and they know. So when you're given an assignment, here are the top 5 skills, and we teach those skills. So here these are, and we won't go through them, but very important as they navigate being morally stable and upright and fair. These very important. And I'll leave these: knowledge, making sure they know how to check and what to ask. Very important. So call to action. So this week, will you try? This month, so what are your next steps? Very important. And I just wrote these. You'll have your next steps. And as we are going through, what are you grabbing your note? I always have my notes. So even though I'm here and I'm doing this, I remember a few things. I grab my note, I write them down. I'm a note taker. And so as you're keeping these in your head, what are your next steps? So very important that as we go through, as we teach our learners to move from being robotic to become researchers, they know how to decode media messages. They know how to assess the influence. That's the questioning. And then after they've done that, they can thoughtfully and conscientiously create that piece of homework that's needed. So very important. So technology changes, tools evolve, and AI advances, but the fundamental truth remains: students learn from people they trust in classroom where they feel valued, from teachers who see them as humans and not as data points. So teach AI literacy, yes, but never forget that engagement starts with relationships, and relationships starts with you. And I delve in that in my book, Mastering the Moment. It's very important that as we're in an AI-driven world, it's very important that we know that if we really care about our students, then we will take that time to teach them the tool to navigate, to teach them to question, to teach them how to put those prompts in and ensure that it becomes classroom norms. And so as this is one of the tools that I will leave in the notes from the Met Lab, it says, we believe it is crucial for all educators, including those in non-technical fields, to contribute to these conversations about AI and to practice them at home, to practice them in school, to practice them in safe spaces, to surface questions about what it means to be human, to bring critical and historical perspective to AI, and to revisit the goals of education, the goals now and the goals in the future. And you will enjoy going through CRAFT from Stanford and the AI Pedagogy Project, Met Lab at Harvard. I have the information for you. It will just make your process very important. And so here is it, and I will drop that on the site for you. And here are the tools to reference, very important. And so thank you. Thank you for being here today. And so just before you go, you have questions just to answer on my page. So if you could type in Teach, Learn, Speak, and there is a question for you to answer. And the question is, and we will keep this there for other educators who were not here, and we won't get this. So it says, you pick one of the question, either your classroom norms, what's going to be your classroom norms, or if you have one already, share your classroom norms. And then your source, are you going to be a two-source person or a one-source person? Okay. And if you could drop it into the YouTube channel, it is our Teach, Learn, Speak, and you just click View Channel, and after View Channel, you go to Post, and the first question is there. It's a question for your top skills, and then you answer in that blank space. And I'll give you about 2 minutes to answer, and then I'm sure Blanca has a question for me.
Yes,
but I'll
we
give you
do
2
have a
minutes.
couple of questions, Judy, but as you said, let's give our attendees 2 minutes for the task you
Yes.
just assigned them to.
Definitely. And if you, I love to keep these forever, and I just would like to think we have so much to learn from each other. And so if you drop your questions there's somebody will learn from it. So it's go to at Teach, Learn, Speak on YouTube and click View Channel and then Post. And at Post, I think the question is there that asks you about the top skills, and whichever one you've chosen, you can click it and just answer in the comment section. You have about a minute left. And please, if you'd like to connect with me, please do so. I have both my information on the chat. About 40 seconds left. Thank you. Thank you for that. Very kind. Thank you. So I'd like us to pay forward and ensure that we have these couple of things, and our learners and our parents. Please, if you have parents, I want you to also teach your parents as well, not just our students, but we call them our vulnerable adults. Thank you. Okay, I think my time is up. I can't wait to read those session, and please like, subscribe, and share, and ensure that you leave those so I can say, ooh, Zamzam said that XYZ on this channel. So I will read them through and contact you, drop your information. Thank you. Questions, Blanca?
Yes, we do have some questions. However, as we are trying to keep reminding you, dear attendees, we are unable to cover them all. However, we will try to do our best to do as much as possible. So, Judy, from your personal and professional perspective, could you share with us what is your classroom norm? So maybe it will inspire other teachers just to grab some ideas.
Awesome, good. So for my classroom norms, so I have a cheat sheet. So at the beginning of the year, I'm normally, as a leader, I never have a full. I know I can I'm mindful that I never have a full timetable. So I normally call the parents at this is my first classroom norm before we get to with the AI part is that I contact the parents and I say, hello, I am Judy Ann, and I'll be teaching Hannah this year. And here are 4 things that I value. And do you have anything that you would like me to think about? And so I use that psychology from I started teaching very early. And then that's my first thing. And so I give the parents those classroom norms that I have. And right away, I would have won the students. For those who are probably naughty, they would say, oh, you called my parents, Miss Judy. And then my classroom norms is that we talk to the experts. So if they're writing a coursework on power, in power in Macbeth or in the Shakespearean era or the Jacobean era, they need to talk to an expert. So they need to find an expert. They can find an expert, a safe expert. We teach them safe adults. So that's number 1. Okay, and it's respect self and others. Very important. So respect means that if they respect themselves, they're not going to copy somebody's work and plagiarize, because that is a crime. So they know that plagiarization is a crime. So that's it, respect. And then the next one is work to your fullest potential. They work to their fullest potential. And that means that no work is not handed out. And for AI, for those students, they can use AI. They are taught the questions they're posted around the classroom. So they have their questions. What will happen if I use this? If I act upon this? They have their questions, and they're different for each class. So they have their 3 questions. So everything in groups of 3, and so we actually come up with those questions at the start of the year.
Fantastic. So you present values, you introduce a specific type of approach, and you encourage everybody, including parents, just to take a critical look at the approach and why it's going to serve everybody. Fantastic. Thank you so much. So I am absolutely sure that attendees already have some ideas in terms of how their classroom norms might look like. So Judy, one more time, thank you for being with us, for sharing your perspective and ready to use ideas. And yes, answering certain questions. We have all sessions being recorded, so the QR code, not only from Judy's presentation, will be available for you after the conference as well, the same as the certificate. Right now, we are trying to give you also a brief in and out, just to save your bandwidth. That means that we have 2 minutes of a short break. It's going to be a very short break. However, I believe that it will be helpful, especially that we are just about to start the last session of this day. And I promise you, knowing the speaker, it will be intensive and you will have lots of ready-to-use ideas. So 2 minutes, and everybody see each other for the next session.
Thank you so much. Phenomenal audience.
Hello, everybody. We are back. Yes, as you see right now on the screen, thank you so much for joining us. And first and foremost, I just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for being so engaged since day one. And we do hope, I am personally keeping my fingers crossed that until the end of the conference, this is not going to change. So, right now, it is my pleasure to invite you to the last session of this day with incredible Silvina Masiri. Hello, Silvina. You are with us. How are you
Hi.
doing today?
Hi everyone. It's an honor to be here once again. It's really nice to see you guys. Thanks for inviting me again.
It is our honor to have you again because each and every time you visit Educast conference room and any event that we are doing, you are giving so many ideas that I stopped counting first, and then I started to think, is it even possible to use and reuse everything that you are delivering even in 1 year? So thank you so much.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you so much. To not steal any more of your precious time, dear attendees, let me quickly introduce Silvina. If you see our speaker for the first time, she is an enthusiastic and qualified English teacher and creative materials writer from Argentina. She has worked in ELT for more than 20 years. Currently, she lives in Spain and teaches adults online. And she also works as a freelance material writer and shares engaging lesson plans on her website. And of course, we are going to give you the link to her website. And what I can promise you that once you visit her website, you won't forget it because these are resources created not only as a last minute call when you have no idea what to do during your sessions, but these are also resources that can be reshared, retried, and basically recomposed because there is so much room for flexibility what Silvina offers. Today, she's going to share, and I promise it's going to be a lot, all about multimodal learning in minutes, making the most of movie trailers. So I can't wait for that. Silvina, the stage is yours. And again, everybody, let's have the last session very engaged and active as previously.
Thank you, Blanca. You're such a great colleague with all those beautiful words. Okay, so as Blanca said, this is the name of my session. So today in this session, we will describe multimodality, define movie trailer, and most importantly, I'm going to share some of my ideas on how to use movie trailers in your lessons. So let's get started. Okay, grab your popcorn, grab your coffee, whatever you're drinking, and let's have a relaxing time with the movies. So what is multimodality first? Probably you are familiar with this concept. It's the use of more than one mode of communication to create meaning in a single text or medium. Basically, it's exposing our students to a wide variety of modes of communication in an integrated way. So instead of giving them a single writing activity or some visual activity, we can put them all together and make the most of them in an integrated way. That's why we are using today the movie trailers. For example, these are not my examples. As you can see at the bottom, Oxford University Press, it was taken from an article. Reading a graphic novel or an infographic can be a linguistic and visual exposure to our students. Only visual, as we all know, a photograph, painting, linguistic, visual, and oral, watching and listening to a film or a video, all the things that we do in class, of course. Linguistic and oral, listening to a podcast, listening to an audio from the course book or a radio show, if we expose our students to that. But putting all together, making the most of it, we can join the linguistic, the visual, the oral, and the spatial by watching, for example, movie trailers. We have the listening part, the visual component, the oral or listening, and the spatial, the characters, the camera angles, everything together in 1 or 2 minutes. So this is a great opportunity. What is a movie trailer? Well, probably all of you are familiar with this, but just in case, a trailer is also known as a preview, a coming attraction, or an attraction video. It is a short advertisement promoting a film. It highlights key scenes of upcoming films. It doesn't spoil usually the main scenes or the final scenes. And it is a product of creative and technical work. So we like that in our lessons, don't we? The benefits of using movie trailers, well, these are just a few because movie trailers are short. We have 1 or 2 minute videos with a lot of stimuli to exploit in our lessons. For example, they provide low cognitive load because in 1 or 2 minutes, we cannot have a lot of text. They have little text. It's easier for the students to digest, to process the information. They are musical, catchy music to attract the audience. They have a strong visual impact, a lot of fast images, colors, lights, a lot of stimuli. They, of course, promote multimodal skills. I'm going to show you some examples. And they also promote multicultural skills because we can watch movies from different parts of the world, not only in English, but also in many other languages. We can use subtitles. We can learn about other cultures by movies and by trailers. So it's a rich resource to promote multicultural skills. We can also help students develop critical thinking skills with the use of movie trailers. I'm going to show you some examples, but most importantly, they are engaging. Everyone knows a movie trailer, and students probably will be happy to know that you will be using them in class. How do we choose our trailers? Here I made a very short checklist that we should take into account. First of all, is it appropriate for my students' age? If we are teaching teens, if we are teaching kids, if we are teaching adults. We can search, we can look on Common Sense Media website to see the rate, to see the reviews, or Film Affinity, IMDb, or even Google. We can check that out. Is the CEFR level correct? Is it appropriate to my students' level? Does it have a lot of difficult vocabulary, lexis, language? We can copy the transcript and paste it on a text checker, like Oxford Text Checker, Vocab Kitchen, Text Inspector, and there we can see the number of words for each level, and we make a decision. Is it culturally appropriate? Of course, we have to see if the language used, if the images shown are culturally appropriate, and we can take this PARSNIP acronym into consideration when choosing our movie trailers, which stands for, if you don't know, politics, alcohol, religion, sex, narcotics, isms, and pork. Finally, might my students know this film? This is important because if we choose a blockbuster, a mainstream film, we are losing this element of surprise. We are losing this inference, this critical thinking, making predictions before watching a film, a movie trailer. So we need something new. Usually older movies are not seen by everyone, or movies that are not like mainstream movies. So we should go that way, Looking for specific trailers. What I do, I usually think of a topic. That's my starting point. So I wanted to make a material based on routines, based on a perfect day for my students, especially lower levels. So I wanted something more visual with less text for them not to feel frustrated when watching, because usually movie trailers have fast dialogues. They want to comprise everything in 1 minute. So they are challenging for students. A Perfect Days is a Japanese movie, and it's mainly visual. It has little text, and so is the trailer. So in this case, my starting point was the routine, the simple present, if you want to work on grammar. That's why I chose this. I wanted to talk about neighbors because it's a relatable topic. Everyone has neighbors, except you live in an isolated area. I chose A Man Called Otto with Tom Hanks, he's a very grumpy neighbor, so that's a funny topic to discuss. I wanted to make a lesson on minimalism, so I chose Patterson, an ordinary person with an ordinary life, very minimalistic. I wanted to talk about food trucks, that's why I chose Chef. And finally, I wanted to make a lesson plan, a business English lesson plan, and I decided to use a Renée Zellweger film about company changes. So that's how I start. Where I find the trailers, I can use an AI tool like ChatGPT. I can write a prompt, as we all do. It can be a general prompt as the one shown here, suggest movie trailers I could use with intermediate level students in business English lessons. And then you narrow down, you give more specific information for IT people, for finance, for accounting, because the list is endless. You know how ChatGPT answers. This is the example that I have. It's only the beginning of the list. Yeah, so the list was endless. Then we narrow down the options. Or we can go to the internet. We can go to IMDb, which stands for Internet Movie Database. You can find there trending trailers, most popular, classics, and you can see the trailer, you can see the rate, you can see the genre, and you can look for the trailer you want. Or you can use YouTube channels like Rotten Tomatoes. They are sorted by genre, by year, best movies of all times. You have the classic trailers, the channel, or Rotten Tomatoes with the latest trailers, and that's how you can find your trailers. How do you decide? I mean, the images are really important, the visual component is really important, but we need to check the text. All the lists that I told you before, the level, the appropriateness, the language, and so on. So what I do, once I choose the movie trailer that I like, I check the text. I use a video transcript generator, for example, cam.ai, which is free, and you can copy here the URL, YouTube URL, and it generates the transcript in seconds. And as you can see here, it's a very neat and organized transcript compared to the right, which is the automated or automatic generated transcript from YouTube, which is messy. It has no punctuation marks, no speakers are not separated, and it contains a lot of mistakes. So once I have my clean draft here, transcript, I check and I look like a detective for meaningful lexis, for meaningful language, for pronunciation. I listen and I read, and I see what might be interesting and necessary for my students in my class. If you're familiar with my materials, this is usually the framework that I use in my lessons. I use a before, while, and after watching in the lesson plans that I write. Then a focus on grammar, on vocabulary and pronunciation, on poetry in one of my latest lesson plans, and finally a follow-up task in which I comprise all that has been seen throughout the lesson plan, throughout the lesson, the vocabulary, the grammar, and the topic in order to wrap up the lesson. So now I'm going to show you some examples. First of all, I like to set the stage. As I told you before, it's important to contextualize the lesson. So I chose a movie starring Tom Hanks that is called A Man Called Otto, and I wanted to focus on neighbors. So my very first activity is asking my students what comes to mind, what ideas come to mind when you hear the word neighbor. This is something we all do to break the ice, to start activating schemata, and so on. I provide a relatable context because neighbors is pretty relatable, and I try to include a wide variety of visuals to attract my students' attention and to promote engagement, to hook them from the very beginning. So in number 2, I want them to tell me what makes a good neighbor. I want them to list the characteristics, because later, when they watch the movie trailer, they will compare and contrast their own ideas, their own perceptions of neighbors with the one or the ones in the trailer. Yeah, so that's a critical thinking activity. Be careful with the images, because the movie trailer per se is a visual element, a strong one. So we don't want to flow the activity, like clutter the page with a lot of visuals, because our lesson already contains a lot of visuals with the video. More things to include in our before watching prediction. For example, I will show you later. Inference, yeah, not spoon feed our students with things from the video, because then we are losing a lot of or missing a lot of opportunities to work on critical thinking skills. Comparing and contrasting, as I showed you before, with the neighbors, analyzing information, matching, think, pair, share, like what do you think a minimalist life consists of? Think about it, then join a classmate, discuss and share. Or the see or feel, think, and wonder. This idea, I took it from Penelope Pareja. She's another speaker from the conference about inquiry. What can you see in this picture? What does it make you feel? What do you think is going to happen? What do you think about it? And then how will the movie end? Like wonder, inquiring, asking some questions, a lot of critical thinking. Discussion and reflection, advantages and disadvantages, what you know, what you want to know, what you learned. This can be done with any kind of video or text. Here I included a mind map to expand ideas about minimalism. So variety. Variety is really good to engage our students. In the one about food trucks, I varied my starting point. Instead of starting with a mind map with a question, I started with a text. So this is multimodality, because I am exposing them to some linguistic element, and then we have the visual, we have the oral element, and so on with the movie trailer. A brief history adapted from the internet. Then they have to discuss some questions about this trend, about food trucks, and I want to relate the topic to my students' experiences. Like, what kind of food do you like the most? Can you find them in food trucks? Why? Because the main character of the movie starts his own business, his food truck business. That's why this is the first part of my lesson. This is about a perfect day. This is for lower levels. I am providing some scaffolding before watching the trailer. I am pre-teaching some vocabulary in case students don't know about routine, verbs of routine, vocabulary. I'm using visuals to help them connect the ideas. But well, I'm not pre-teaching a lot because, as I said, I don't want to lose this element of inference, critical thinking. Before watching, some students might be familiar with movie trailers, but other students perhaps don't know what they are about. So I want them to, first of all, to define what a movie trailer is. You will watch a movie trailer. Before watching, choose the right definition. Is it a vehicle to transport screens? Is it an advertisement for a movie? Is it a person that carries equipment? So, well, we have some fun there with the distractors. And then what information can you find in movie trailers? Choose 5. I'm narrowing down the options for them because for lower levels, you need to be more controlled and more guided. Of course, I hope the final scene is not chosen by students because it could be a big spoiler, or the price of the cinema ticket. They are not mentioned. This is from a perfect day lesson plan. They can add their own ideas. Give them some space, of course, to expand their ideas. More ideas. We can play with the name of the movie. In this case, I want my students to put the name of the movie in order. Otto, a called man, a man called Otto. And then once they know the name of the movie, they can make predictions about the character. What do you think he looks like? Think about his age, personality, neighborhood, and I'm giving them some support, some scaffolding again for them to get started, to express their ideas. If the movie name is short, we can try this, put the letters in order to form the name. If it's a very long name, I think you will spend the whole lesson working on this activity, so it's better not to do it. In this case, it's chef, okay? So that's easy. So let's use the movie title and the characters to predict elements from the plot and the trailer. More things before watching. You will watch the trailer of the movie New in Town. Which change do you think the main character's company makes? I am using the movie trailer, the movie title to make predictions. So students would say, well, probably the person was relocated or the company transferred the employee to a new town, something like that, or anything, because there is no right or wrong answer at this point. Also, we can use movie screenshots and they can put them in order before watching and to predict the story. Like here, what do you think is going on in the character's life? Remember to cite the sources. Every time we are making materials and we are using images that are not ours, we should always mention the sources, the internet sources, especially if you are sharing the materials with teachers online and so on. Yeah, copyright is important. The same if someone uses my material and I want my website name to be there, you can see it all along the presentation. You will watch, again, similar to the previous one, you will watch a movie called Chef. The chef has problems in the kitchen. What kinds of problems my chefs face in their workplace? We are giving them some hints about the movie trailer, and we want them to activate their knowledge about chefs, their knowledge about problems, and then they will compare their ideas with the trailer. Then what I did, I took the transcript, I chose some words that are key in this story, and I want my students to choose or to think which of these words will appear in the trailer. This is mainly prediction. Probably they will analyze, they will read and say, well, critic can be related to food critic, review too, canvas probably is not mentioned because it's for painters, but it can be misleading because some of these words are tricky and they appear in the movie. So you have to use distractors, true ones, but we shouldn't be that obvious, because we want them to think deeply about that. Then I like to make experiments. In this case, this is my latest lesson plan about the movie Patterson. He's a very ordinary person who writes poetry for pleasure in his free time or during breaks at work. So here I am giving them a poem, but not written as a poem by a famous American poet. And I want my students to tell me what kind of text it is. I used a sticky note because I wanted to, I was a bit tricky here. So I want to tell them to tell me, well, this is a note left by a person to another person. And then I tell them, this is a poem. Were your predictions correct? And then I want to connect the movie, the minimalism topic that we saw before about the mind map, and the poetry with the movie character. So this is an experiment. I have to check if it works, but I am trying to connect different things. This is kind of disruptive, right? Because I am connecting different texts, different literary devices. It can work, or perhaps it doesn't work, but we have to try in the class because it's good to provide novelty in our lessons, something new. Then we can use the movie posters, more multimodal skills. We can promote visual skills or promote development of visual skills, but by, for example, watching the trailer without the sound, predicting the dialogues and the trailer music. So they only focus on the visuals and they try to connect ideas which music is being played in this trailer. They can look at the movie poster. What do you think the movie is about? Here we have a man called Otto. We can ask them, look at his face. How does he feel? What do you think? Who does he live with? And we have a cat here. So probably they would say he has a pet. Where does he live? They can see the background in a gated community, one house next to the other. Do you think he has neighbors? So we can ask them a lot of different questions of inference, which will be then checked when they watch. Oral skills. Listen to the trailer music. Now the opposite. Listen to the trailer music or the trailer text without the images and predict the genre. So we have an oral activity, listening activity first for prediction. Linguistic or reading skills. Read the dialogue. So we are not showing them any image or video. We are giving them the dialogues with some well, no, this is the next one. Or the script, and they have to tell us what is the movie about. Yeah, you can give them some arguments between Otto and his neighbors. Well, probably this is a drama. Probably this is a conflict between people. Anything that students say will be fine. And then, which of these short dialogues do you think belongs to the movie? So you give them the real one and then two distractors, 2 or 3 lines, nothing too big, and they have to see to match. I mean, to compare perhaps the movie poster, the name of the movie with the dialogues, and they choose. I think this is the one that will be mentioned in the trailer. Critical thinking, yeah, predictions and inference. Now we move to the while watching part. First of all, remember to check the predictions, yeah, if you ask questions about predictions. In number 6 here, I am using visuals to retell the plot. Order the elements as they appear in the trailer and then retell the plot. Yeah, and we have here some important parts disorganized. I provide them with an example to help them for scaffolding. So they can talk about general ideas here, yeah, gist. And then they can use a 3-part chart, introduction, setting the scene, body, rising, action, and conclusion, climax, to get into detail. Yeah, they listen for detail, or they can see and figure out what's going on. And again, I provide them with an example. It's important to give examples because then they will ask you 100 times what they have to do. And even with examples, they will ask you. So better to have them on the page. Vary the activity types, images, charts, mind maps. Novelty and visual literacy skills are really important in our lessons. More while watching. Typical activity that you already do. Watch the first minute and choose the right options. But here I am mixing visual with oral, with listening to promote multimodal skills. Because the first one, Lucy used to live in a warm or cold place. If you see her, she's running in sunny Miami and then she moves to freezing Minnesota. So that is mainly visual. And then B, her company needed to downsize or reorganize. They need to listen and in order to choose the right option. So that is oral listening. This is what everyone does probably with videos, but the point here is chunking, cutting in slices like a cake, like a pizza, in order to make it easier for students to understand, to digest information, to process. We are also promoting listening decoding skills. If we focus only on 1 minute, they can focus on the sounds, how they link, how they connect. And also we can focus on different multimodal skills, the visual, the linguistic. Here they have to complete with verbs. This is more linguistic, but at the same time visual, and so on. Include, as I said, micro-listening activities to develop decoding skills, putting the events in order from this second to this second, match the sentence halves, watch the trailer and complete with ideas. Probably you are doing that already. I'm sure about that. These are typical activities we do. But there are some others we can use. For example, a beautiful mind map, and we can use the 5WH framework for movie analysis with a movie trailer. We can ask them who, about the characters, about the plot, about the setting, time and place, the motivation, the theme, the atmosphere, yeah, or the style. So we can use some of these, one of these graphs, one of these mind maps for them to complete one word, one line, anything, and then you can discuss what the movie trailer is about. More ideas. Movie trailers are short, but they are very rich in text and in information. We can analyze the information that is usually included in the trailers. We can use charts or checklists, like is the name of the director mentioned? Checked. Are there reviews? Checked. Are awards mentioned or shown? Checked. You know, then you can compare and contrast other trailers. We can work on the reviews. As I said here, you have Patterson, Wise and Moving, and it was said by Vanity Fair. So students can write down the typical adjectives that are used to describe movies, usually very nice adjectives like a lot of rhythm, yes, wise and moving, short. So this is nice vocabulary to learn. them in the future. They can write their own reviews based on this vocabulary. Also, here we have that the movie was approved for appropriate audiences, the name of the director, the date of release, the different producers involved, the social media of the movie. They can then look for it and check what is there. I mean, this is like only a few ideas, but each trailer is different, so you will get plenty of information to work on. After watching, once we finish watching, I want to know about the genre. So I want to ask my students, what do you think the movie genre is? Choose from the box, or if they know the vocabulary, only the question. Yeah. Would you like to watch the movie after watching the trailer? Why or why not? I think it's boring. I think I would fall asleep. They can tell you whatever. Oh, yes, I feel like watching it. Whatever they want to say. We have to relate to the plot to our students' context, if possible, asking hypothetical questions like, how would you feel if you were this person in the film? How would you feel if you were relocated? Yeah, connection between the trailer and our students. And more elements of prediction, critical thinking. How do you think the movie ends? Think of possible endings. So, well, this is good if they haven't seen the movie, right? Otherwise, it's only spoiler, actually. If the movie has nice music, you can also take advantage of the lyrics, as I did here in Perfect Days or A Perfect Day. I made a simple gap fill with a glossary at the bottom, in case the students are not familiar with some vocabulary. And then we can ask them, what is the song about? How does it make you feel? Do you think the song fits the movie trailer perfectly? If not, which song would you choose? And then you can play with music because you can ask them to choose an upbeat song for a horror movie or a slow song for a comedy, this contrast. And they then analyze the impact on the audience. Imagine if you saw an action movie with a classical music or something like that. How would you feel? Would you like to see the movie? Anyways, make a trailer playlist for different genres and then compare the list. That's another option. Yeah, for a comedy, I would choose, I don't know, a nice movie, a nice song, or I would choose Coldplay for a rom-com, something like that. That can be a follow-up task as well. Then you can compare trailers because there are a lot of movies made in different countries, like the same movie. For example, I thought A Man Called Otto was the original one, but no, there is a Swedish one. A Man Called Ove. So they can watch both trailers. They can analyze cultural differences, stereotypes, elements included in each trailer about the plot, about the characters. Are they portrayed in the same way? Look at the facial gestures. This is also multimodality about gestures. The literary devices, the themes, the conflict. Actually, they are different. They are very similar, the trailers, but this one is a bit more spoiler, the Swedish one I saw. Then you can use trailers in other languages with subtitles in English and work on the visuals, the music, and the text, which is great, like Perfect Days, the Japanese one. You can adapt it to your own country and choose different actors for the main roles. For example, as an Argentinian, I would choose Luis Brandoni or Guillermo Francella, who are Argentinian actors. They would play a good Otto here in this role. So you can talk. And if you teach multicultural classes, it's even more interesting because you can show the picture of the person, the actor. This would be a good Otto, for example. What do you think? This can be interesting. As you know, if you are familiar with my materials, I usually include a focus on language by choosing meaningful grammar from the script. I spot useful vocabulary from the script, and then I work on the excerpts. We analyze the language in context or pronunciation. Yeah, some sounds, some linking, some elision, whatever that is useful for your students to work on. Stress, intonation, that could be a follow-up as well. Follow-up tasks. I like to provide my students with choice, if possible. If it's a small class, it's more possible than a big class. So here in this case, I want my students, after watching the trailer about chefs, to choose. For example, they can become a foodie by making photos of their food or food they come across in the street. And then they share all the photos in class. They explain to their classmates. They can write a food review by choosing a restaurant they've been to, inventing a restaurant, whatever they want, and they can include things about the food, the service, the ambience, the price, location, whatever. They can read online reviews on TripAdvisor, for example. They can choose a location, their own location, or they can choose, I don't know, I would like to go to Egypt, so I want to see a restaurant in Egypt, and I will see the review, and then they can share with their classmates the reviews. They can create their own food truck. So this is critical thinking. Yeah, we are going to the creation stage. They can invent a logo, the type of food they would serve. They can draw, I mean, a lot of things. Or they can continue with this movie trend, this movie vibe. They can talk about other food movies they've seen. They can watch a video with recommendations. They can read an article with other movies about food. Which one would you like to see? Which one have you seen? And so on. Or they can also look for other trailers about the same or a similar topic, as I said before, by the same director, to compare the genres and the different styles for the movie trailers. They can look for other trailers with the same actors. Yeah, that's interesting as well, to see how versatile the actor is, how he or she changes according to the genre. That's interesting to analyze as well. We can work on the YouTube comments of the trailer. We can take advantage of that. This is linguistic. But the teacher first has to do their job, because we have to be careful. A lot of comments are not appropriate for the classes. So what I did, I chose these 4 about chefs, about the movie, and I deleted the user for data protection. So students can read and can say something. They can also correct mistakes, add punctuation here. Have you seen chef? Yeah, you need the question mark, capital letters. I love this movie, make me wanna cook. So probably they would say it makes me. Yeah, they can be the teachers. And then, well, they can see the likes, the number of reactions, if they have any answer in the comments. And they can also write their own comments. They can use a fake AI YouTube comment generator, or you can make like a poster on the wall if you are teaching in person, and they can write their own comments about the movie, about the trailer. I would like to see it. I think it's boring. I think the music is great. Whatever comes to mind is okay. They can imagine a second part of the movie and create, design, think of how the trailer would be. They can propose some plot changes. Yeah, I don't like how the main character behaves in this scene, so I want him to do this or that. They can work on spatial elements, the trailer layout, the colors, the lighting, the camera angles, the techniques. They can analyze that as if they were movie directors. They can, some business English, they can turn the trailer into a commercial. Imagine this is a commercial, not a movie trailer. Which product would you advertise? Perhaps they are, I don't know, cooking. So I would advertise some utensils, some cooking cutlery, some sauces and pans, whatever they want to say. They can analyze persuasion techniques, because a movie trailer is a marketing product in itself. So how do you think the movie trailer is trying to persuade the audience to see this movie? Yeah, what calls your attention the most about the marketing strategy? This is interesting. You can use the movie posters. You can compare original movies with movie remakes through trailers and posters. Here I chose King Kong, and you can see 1933, 1976, and 2005. You can see the evolution of posters, of trailers, of movies. Look at the font type, the information. I mean, this is a linguistic and visual task itself, reading. They can analyze the special effects, yeah, in each of the trailers. You can find them on IMDb. The three of them are there. So you have black and white, you have a lot of special effects, the actors, the information, which one would you like to see? I mean, it's a good activity, especially for younger people, to see this 1933 trailer is kind of shocking. They can also move to the creation part by creating their own movie trailer. They can choose a genre, describe the plot, write a short script, select the music, and get ready to shoot. Yeah, if possible. It's a big project, an ambitious one. They can share the trailers in class and prepare movie awards. I don't know, the funniest, the most original, whatever. Positive awards. Okay? They have to be positive. Or they can use an AI tool to make an AI movie trailer. That can be an option. Look at all the options we have on Google to choose from. They can watch the full movie in class. That's also a project after the movie trailer. If they really liked it, you can make a movie session. You can choose other scenes, or they can choose other scenes that should have been included in the trailer. I mean, after watching the full movie, they would say, I think that this scene should be in the movie trailer, not the one that we saw, for example. They can be critical with that. They can write a movie review after watching the movie trailer. They can create a monthly, not weekly because it's too much, a monthly movie club based on movie trailers. They can propose their own movies to watch. That's good. This also can be done with kids, with not the movie review, but well, in a very simple way, but with emojis. I don't know. Did you like the movie? And they choose an emoji, for example, or they draw an emoji. Which emoji represents the movie, in your opinion? Choose an emoji to represent the movie. But with Disney movies, you can see the trailers with the kids. You can make very interesting prediction activities, right? About the characters, about the plot. I think that movie trailers are for all ages, not only for teens or adults. These activities can be perfectly adapted to all ages. So that's really a versatile resource to use. And this is it. This is the end of my presentation. I hope you took some ideas and I hope you can put them into practice. And well, let me know if you do that, okay? And if you have more ideas, please do not hesitate to contact me and share, because this is an endless thing to do. There is always something coming up. The emoji thing was not planned. It just came up in my mind. So probably you're thinking other ideas too.
Yes, this is what I would also confirm. Please feel welcome just to observe also Silvina on her LinkedIn profile, because she constantly creates some cool ideas. And I wouldn't finish, dear Silvina, your presentation with, well, this is it. I would finish it with, that it is it, because you delivered so many wonderful ideas that wow, I just see a huge potential, especially with students or maybe even in corporate environment, as you mentioned, when we have some favorite movies, it can maximize engagement and motivation tremendously. So thank you for that. We do have some questions for you. Our attendees have certain questions. We will try to cover as many. One of the questions that was popping out here and there and on and off is about a sort of balance, because you showed us a lot of activities and a variety of visuals. So what would be your piece of advice to ensure that they don't overwhelm or distract students from the actual learning objectives?
Right. It's a good point. Well, basically that if you're preparing a handout, a worksheet, not to clutter the page with visuals, but only some scaffolding. That's what we need. Mainly the visual has to serve a purpose. So if we are including some routine, verbs of routine, well, some people doing some activities if you want to pre-teach, but not for mainly decoration all the time, because I like to put some tiny decorations. but they should serve a purpose, not because it's a distractor otherwise. It's true. It's true.
All right.
So
we
leaving
start
some white
with what?
space. Sorry.
Yeah, apologies. Please go ahead.
No. Leaving some, if you're making a handout, leaving some white space for students to have a clear mind, not to feel overwhelmed, because then you have the movie trailer. But working on a photograph, working on the movie poster at first, that would be enough, or should be enough to start with. That's the thing. And of course, all that I showed you it all belongs to different lesson plans. I made a mix. So you can, whenever you're using a material that someone else made, like, you can choose, you can select what you want to use. You don't have to use it all. That's what we can do, So you have plenty of ideas here, and then you choose one or two for one lesson only, not all of them. No, so each teacher has to keep their own balance, and perhaps the students are really motivated, so one or two are not enough. So it depends on the context you are teaching. That's the thing. Perhaps you start with the warm-up, and that takes like half an hour, and then you don't have time even for the while listening. That happens to me a lot too, and I let them go with the flow. I don't stop them if they are having a lively discussion. So it's all up to the teacher and the students. That's my opinion.
So again, we come back to meaningful connection and a dialogue once we establish needs. So we start with why. I wanted to emphasize that because we spotted that lots of sessions on a day one also covered this area, that we start with why and we start with meaningful connection. We try to engage each and every side to this dialogue. And it comes to certain tips and tricks. And maybe the question that I'm going to ask you needs a little bit of reframing, provided the fact you overwhelmed us with tons of information, but this is like a positive.
Talking about cognitive workload, right? Yeah, so overload. Sorry, cognitive overload.
Much appreciated overwhelming. So thank you for that on behalf of our attendees. So the question goes, if some students finish the matching task much faster than others, do you have a standard fast finisher task you recommend that stays within the before watching stage? Yeah. So just to not leave everybody behind.
Yeah, right. Well, they can make more predictions about the movie, or you can give them the poster, but the thing is that they would be in advantage with the others. So probably, yes, thinking more predictions, or thing is that we don't want to spoil the trailer, So that's the thing. I have to think about that more carefully, what I would do if I had some fast finisher. But well, that's why we should provide them with some not very complex activities before the movie trailer, more discussion, more brainstorming, something light, a visual to discuss in pairs, the think, pair, share. Probably the while watching was the question, right? About the while watching. Well, some students need more time. That's the thing. Perhaps some questions, some other questions to focus on in the movie trailer for those fast finishers, some more detailed questions. And while the others are finishing, they can work on those questions to have something prepared just in case. That can be an option. Right. Yeah.
When it comes to some ideas, maybe that wouldn't match the area just in case, but when it comes to crossing the borders, we are also trying to give our attendees and everybody during EDUCAST International Conference a kind of insight and ideas that can go beyond their classroom and trying to have a global impact here. So if students analyze the trailer differently, for instance, based on their age, culture, or language level, how can multimodal learning be adapted to maximize engagement and understanding for diverse learners?
That's a complex question. Right. Well, some learners are more visual, probably. I don't know what to say they are, but about diverse learners. I know. I have
you
to think
ever worked
about that.
with? All right, good. Yeah, I just wanted to also ask if to some degree you work with diverse learners, or like how can we adapt certain ideas to mixed cultural classroom, you know, when the cultural background is essential to keep into consideration?
Right. Well, first of all, as I said in the session, we have to take into account the parsnip, yeah, not to offend, to be respectful, and try to choose trailers that really are not promoting any bias or any stereotype for certain cultures. You know, that's basic. That's something about respect mainly. So perhaps choosing something not a controversial topic, for example, that can be really offensive for some cultures. There are some symbols in different cultures that are offensive, and for others they don't mean anything. So that's why we should have this kind of checklist when we are choosing a trailer, not to offend anyone and to be respectful. That's the main point about multicultural classes or mixed cultural classes. Take into account that we have to be careful with what we choose and what we select. That's my idea.
Thank you so much. So you suggest a thorough research and being
Right.
thoughtful about our students.
Yeah, where they are from and which things might be offensive for them in terms of visuals, in terms of topic, in terms of language, everything. I think that that's crucial. Even with people from our same culture, perhaps we don't realize, and there is something there about their personal story we don't know about. So sometimes it can become a bit sensitive there because the movie trailer mentions something about a man called Otto. He lost his wife, so it has a little bit of grief. So we don't know about our students' personal lives, if we are touching a sensitive point there. So everything has to be taken into account, you know, because we don't want to provoke any negative emotion and or something that causes a bad impression or a bad feeling. So yeah, we have to know our students very well, probably when choosing the trailers and the topics we talk about in class.
And I get the impression that this is exactly what is happening in the classroom. So that might decrease the level of fear towards AI as a replacement, or choosing certain strategies, choosing certain innovations or apps. In fact, in our gut feeling, we know our students best, and like we are experts here. It's just everything is just a matter of additional output that we can generate and additional and external activities or apps that we can incorporate. But the fact is, like, we really know because we observe them.
Yes.
True.
Yes, that's important.
And this is the message and the kind of short summary that we must finish. No other choice than that. Silvina, one more time, thank you for outstanding session. Just a few comments from the chat that I can read out loud in order to say thank you from our attendees. Well-informed session. It's amazing. Excellent ideas. Many thanks, Silvina. Your presentation is very inspiring, impressive. I love your ideas. And of course, I can keep on reading further. So one more time, on behalf of EduCast International Conference team, me and Mo included, our attendees, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys, for these wonderful sessions and conference. And thank you all for attending this Saturday, taking the time to attend. So it means a lot to me. And see you next time, of course.
Yes, thank you so much. See you around. All the best to you. And now I will hand it over to Mo because he prepared well-informed and much needed summary of day 2 teaching in the age of AI. Mo, off you go.
Yeah, that's right. Hello again, everyone, and thank you for being patient till the end of the day. And now we mark the end of day 2 of the EduCast International Conference 2026. So today we have been lots of things. After a strong opening day on leadership in education and AI, day 2 of the education in 2026 and beyond built real momentum by moving from vision to classroom practice. So the focus was clear: about how educators can work with AI critically, creatively, and responsibly rather than around it. Across sessions, participants or you explored the third wave of AI in education, going beyond tools to deeper pedagogical thinking, hands on uses of generative AI to personalize ELT materials for diverse learners and contexts, AI literacy models that shift learners from passive consumption to critical ethical use, designing AI supported tasks grounded in TBLT and SLA research, multimodal learning, including powerful time efficient uses of movie trailers to boost engagement and meaning making, a recurring theme throughout the day, balance between data and dialogue, automation and human judgment, efficiency and depth. The conversations were practical, reflective, and honest, leaving you better equipped to teach in the age of AI, not to be overshadowed by it. So, if day two was about how we teach with AI, day three, which is tomorrow, is about what we teach next. Right, Blanca?
Yes, exactly. And this is the question that I will leave you today with, because what if, let's think about it all together. What if curriculum wasn't a static document, just a part of a red tape, but a powerful lever for shaping the future of learning in each and every situation? That's why day three of the EDUCAS International online conference is inviting you to reimagine curriculum for rapidly and very fast changing world. This day, so tomorrow, will move beyond content heavy and exam driven models and can give you the idea how to explore the curriculum that can become more flexible, inclusive, and future ready. Definitely, we are going to deliver cutting-edge approaches to competency-based learning, global and multicultural curriculum design, citizenship education, and the integration of digital and AI literacy across all learning pathways. And designed for curriculum designers, if you are an academic leader, teacher, educator, policymaker, and researcher, this day will offer you an inspiration, practical insight, and bold thinking for those shaping what and how learners learn. So we invite you for day three. Thank you so much for being a great audience, actively engaged, and creating this wonderful learning experience with us.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thanks, Blanca, for this ending. And looking forward to seeing you tomorrow in day three. Don't be late. 3 p.m. KSA time, 12 p.m. UK time, and 2 p.m. Cairo time. So check for the time differences. Waiting for you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Exactly. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.